Yo, what's going on, everybody? How's my audio? Is the audio working? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? All good on audio. Perfect. Perfect. So I'm trying out this new thing with this fancy teleprompter that I got. So I've got all of my chat and everything on the teleprompter. So when I'm going through and reading them, I think it makes it seem like I'm looking at you guys while I'm talking. If that gets creepy, just let me know. We can change that up. So I didn't have really much of a format for the stream today. I was thinking we'd probably watch the latest on Piers Morgan with Dave Smith versus Adam Sosnick, the rematch, I suppose. But before we get into that, I want to talk about something that I think, well, it doesn't really matter. So I got a ton. Do it the old way. Well, just wait. Maybe you'll get used to it. All right. Anyway, so I wanted to talk about if you guys haven't seen the stream that we did with Paramount Tactical, and by we, I mean Jared, myself, and Gary. If you guys haven't seen that, you should go watch it. But I had a lot of people, and like by a lot, I mean like 15 or so, which is a lot. That's a lot for me. Reach out to me and ask me if I was holding back, if I was off, if there was something going on. So I'm going to explain to you guys exactly what was going on. Here's the deal. I understand my strengths and my weaknesses, okay? I'm very self-aware. And I know that there's no chance that I'm going to be able to out-talk Jared from Continue Freedom or Gary from Paramount Tactical. All right? There's just no way. It's just not going to happen. Those guys can talk. They can talk a lot. They can just keep talking. And somehow they don't ever lose their place in their mind, or so it doesn't seem that they do, which leads me to believe they're relatively good at it. I, on the other hand, if the point that I'm trying to make in a live situation like that ends up going past about 15 to 20 seconds, I blank out. Completely blank out. So instead, I figured I would approach it in a different way. These guys are like boxers, okay? Right? They're coming in, they're slipping jabs, they're throwing some body shots, right? They're doing their feet work, they're dodging and weaving, all the great stuff. Meanwhile, the non athletic one, I'm just in the back, loading up, waiting for the knockout punch. All right? That was my job. That's what I decided I was going to do. Now, just because I swung doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to hit every time I swing. All right? But I got a couple of them in there, I think. Got a couple good KO shots. And that was my game plan. Also, another game plan I had was, you know what? Is it fun to have a panel of 3, 4, 5 people to where they all just kind of agree on everything? So I figured I'd take some strays and I would disagree on some things, or I would push back on some things just to make it more interesting. Now, do I hate Thomas Massie? No. Is Thomas Massie my favorite politician? No. But I don't dislike him as much as many people do. So that's where my stance is on Thomas Massie. Now, if Massie loses, I'm not going to be heartbroken. He's just a politician at the end of the day, guys, and I really don't trust too many of them anyway. I do like the fact, or not the fact, I like the idea of having people in a party that don't just go along with the party no matter what. Totally good with a little pushback, with disagreeing with people in the party. Totally okay with it. Now, you can disagree, which is totally fine. It's not a big deal. People are wrong on occasion. So, if people were wondering if I was holding back on the show or if there was something off, no. No, I wasn't holding back. I was just trying to have fun. Got a great laugh with that. She's too dumb to be scared. Well, and to my defense on that, Gary asked the question, do you think she's scared of being sued? I don't know that needed more than a 10-word answer. That was my honest opinion. Nope, I think she is too dumb to be scared. I rule 2530. My comment disappeared. We'll just retype it. Just retype it. This is incredibly different for me because it was small before. Now it's like extra small. On occasion, Mike Klikovich says, on occasion. Did I say, was that to me or is that to somebody else? Our House 24, Bronson with his fancy new teleprompter. It is pretty fancy. Yes. I figured with all of this talk about like accusing people of having teleprompters and stuff, I was like, maybe I need a teleprompter. and now I have a teleprompter and it's weird. I'm not going to lie. It's super weird. Jared says, I thought it was awesome. I like the way you approached it. It's good to get pushback. I also just wanted to spark a little bit more in depth because there's a ton of Massey hate. And it's like, but why? Why do you hate Massey? Let's get into it. So I figured that'd be good. Maybe some people aren't that familiar with Thomas Massey or whatever the case may be. Plus, there was more of a discussion. Like I said, man, you just get I agree with Gary. I agree with Jared. Good points all around. Great job, guys. You know what I mean? I rule 2530. Bronson, my beef with you last night was the boomer comment. I don't regret that at all. No regrets. Throw a Candace in there. No regrets at all. It was funny. It was funny. Don't be so sensitive. Listen, all right, my parents are boomers. It's not like I can hate them that much. Jared, you look at, another thing too is I was just like, oh, I got an easy answer for is Candace scared or not? She's too dumb. I had no idea that it was going to elicit the response that it did. I mean, yeah, why not? Obscure moderator says, let's get a millennial in there. Why not? Can't be any worse. I had the Gen Xers, though. They were whining. Well, no, we want our turn. We want our turn. Okay. Maybe go the Gen X route then. Keep the expectations low. All right, I know a lot of Gen Xers. Keep the expectations low. I rule 2530. I laughed, didn't I? I don't know. It was hard to keep up in that chat. I just saw a lot of Bronson, you suck. So I was like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, speaking of which, somebody left a comment. Somebody left a comment on the video on Gary's live. And it's up there now if you guys want to check it out. But somebody was like, I don't know about this Bronson dude. He seems like a flip-flopper or something, right? So I click on him. I was like, do they do videos? Like, well, let me check this out. So I click on it. And the first thing that pops up in her bio are she, her. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have pronouns in your bio. You're gonna talk smack about me. You got pronouns in your bio. What are we talking about? Jared, I got a pretty good laugh out of it. Yeah, it was great. I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun. I was like, man, I gotta go on a panel with Gary and Jared. It's like, I don't have the mouth for this. How am I going to navigate this situation? It's like, I know, I just won't say a lot. That'll work out great. Edie in the house. What's up, Edie? If you guys don't follow Edie on X, you should. You should. And YouTube. Ben, if you want to plug some stuff in the chat, go for it. Go for it. Anyone with pronouns in their bio probably does a lot of flip-flopping. Probably. Or at the very least, they can't be trusted. At all. At all. Lori Matthews, she's too dumb to be scared. Definitely the best answer. I just, yeah, like I made a post on X, Occam's razor. Sometimes it's just that way. The simplest answer is usually the correct one. Audrey, unfiltered. I swear I was ready to go 100 rounds with that one guy. I don't know if you all saw that or not. In the chat, no, it was hard to keep up in the chat. It was hard because I felt like extremely obligated to really be paying attention to what Gary and Jared were talking about, but it was also I was like, but I want to watch the chat. I don't know what it is. It's like, ooh, shiny chat. People are talking. What's going on in the chat? I can't help it. Cannot help it. I don't know if you guys, it kind of seemed like Gary was getting a little frustrated with my ability to not answer questions with more than 10 words. I thought that was pretty funny. I ruled 25-30. There were a few trolls. Only a few? Gary usually gets trolled pretty good, doesn't he? Feel like since Candace is basically just like nonstop been talking about him, his troll count would go up. Candace went after Gary again today. Mama Albert. Hey, Mama Albert. She went after Gary again today. Just finished on Artie Trolls listening to Candace. What now? What did she have? Did she have any good attacks on Gary by any chance, or is she just like talking crap about the Erica Kirk alibi thing again? I didn't even understand what, because somebody sent me like a stupid, these people are making pictures, by the way, of like all of Erica Kirk's alleged lies and like sharing that around. I don't know if you guys have seen that. That's wild. But one of those was the lie about the alibi. And I'm like, I thought Gary got a picture from Andrew Colvette so that there was like metadata that shows she was at a location at a specific day at a specific time. So is that what Erica or Candace was making fun of again? Edie, Candy Cane is obsessed with Gary. Well, I don't blame her. I don't blame her. He's a handsome fellow. Audrey, they always show up with the bold and the bull crap episodes for the day. I'm really working on my cuss words, guys. I'm really working on it. Our house. I'm sure Gary liked your succinct answers better than listening to Eco droning on. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. It's pretty fun listening to Eco. It's pretty fun. It's sort of like, how can I put it? Okay, so I have a thing. All right. Like if just for example, let me try. How can I put this? You ever get like a canker sore in your mouth, right? No, not a cold sore, not herpes, a canker sore. Like it hurts, but it's also kind of a good pain in a way. Like you sort of enjoy it a little bit. So that's like Eco. Miss Me Cat, what did Scamdis say about Gary? Yeah, I don't know. I was asking Mama Albert. I'm curious to know too. Audrey Unfiltered. Yeah, last night she called him Paramount Not So Tactical. Oh, good one. Wonder how long her script writer spent on that banger of a joke. Nailed it. Paramount not so tactical. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's so funny. Ha ha ha. Oh, what a ringer. Oh, oh, oh. I rule 2530. Scamdis insists that Erica and Andrew were trying to pass off the kids in the pic as her kids. I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? Like, she took the picture, allegedly. It's from her phone. It's her metadata. I don't think it really matters who's in the picture, does it? Like, she could have just taken a picture of a tree and been like, no, I was actually strolling on this sidewalk right here by this park. I don't think that really makes a difference. Edie, she made fun of his name. It was that the Paramount not so tactical. Eclectic journalist. Hey. Mama Owlbear, she was going after the alibi again, saying Gary was very low IQ, all while sounding very low IQ. Yeah, Candace has a tendency to do that. She has a tendency to do that. I'm not so sure that Candace should be taking the low IQ jab route. I think she should probably just leave that to Barron. He can articulate that point a little bit better than she can. You know what I mean? She should leave that one to Barron. She's got to come up with her own something. But you can't be that dumb and then try to knock other people for being dumb. Got to go at it from a different angle. It's not going to work. Samurai 25. Yeah, she kept calling him low IQ. So she's running out of her own ideas. She's having to piggyback off of Baron Coleman now. Ooh. Candace might be on her way out. Baron's going to take over the throne. He's going to put do queens wear crowns? Whatever queens wear. Queen Baron. I dub thee Queen Baron Coleman now. Obscure moderator. She made fun of Gary for saying specific time, then later said her kerfluffle. She said kerfluffle again? She made fun of Gary for saying specific time, then later said kerfluffle. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a Candace move. Okay, guys, cue me in on this. Audrey Unfiltered says, yeah, did everyone see the email? Break this down for me. So she basically said there was an email that got sent out, but it got the IT department tried to pull it back. And when they couldn't pull it back, they hit everybody up and told everybody to destroy the email. But she somehow got a copy of it, but couldn't keep the copy of it or something. So she had to retype it all out herself. Here's the deal. Candace is stupid, but when she does stuff like that, I'm always a little cautious because she does have a tendency sometimes to sort of bait people when she actually has or might have some type of evidence for her claim. Hasn't happened often. I think the only one I can recall off the top of my head was the text message thread between Charlie and those people. So I would just be careful with that until, she tries to connect that to whatever it is she thinks she can connect it to. But she'll do stuff. I mean, that's some pretty bold claims are in that email or that alleged email. Jacqueline Brennan. She rewrote an email, but she said came from the White House, but she rewrote it on Microsoft Word and said, trust me, it's legit. I would just be careful. I would be careful. I'd give that a few days. Mama Owlbear. She used a blank piece of paper. Artie Trolls caught her. She just retyped it onto a blank piece of paper. Is that what you're saying? The eclectic journalist. Yeah, she replied to somebody today. She gets off to it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would just say be cautious. Be cautious. You don't want to like fall into a stupid trap and then end up looking stupid for no reason. Just wait for her to show her evidence or her proof that that's legit. And then you can make fun of her. Obscure moderator, too late. I already took a jab. I couldn't help it. Yeah, well, sometimes we just can't help ourselves. Listen, sometimes, man, if things just sound so incredibly stupid, it's hard to hold your tongue. I get it. Jacqueline Brennan, 3393, already showed she had a blank sheet of paper saying it was a document. Oh, so she like did this on, that's another, I would be careful. I feel like Candace is kooky like that. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't surprise me at all if she knows that she's baiting people, that they're going to make fun of her and say she made this thing up and then she's doing her live show and maybe she's not that smart. Maybe I'm giving her a little too much credit. I would say just be careful. But that's hilarious if that was just a blank sheet of paper. And she's like, I got the documents, and there's just nothing on the paper. I rule 2530. I saw Artie catching her reading off the blank paper. Okay, that's... I mean, no. Nothing surprises me anymore with any of these people. Nothing surprises me at all. All right, I don't know how the audio is going to come out on here, so just let me know. If the video audio is too loud, I can turn it down. If it's not loud enough, I can crank it up. But let's watch this. This has got to be good. Dave Smith and Adam Sosnick. I don't know if you guys saw the first one, that the first debate that they had, but I can't imagine this one's going to go any better. Duke Tomlinson. Bronson, I'd pay big bucks to watch someone like Andrew Wilson or you to debate her face to face about all her allegations. That would be definitely it would be more entertaining to watch Andrew do it if you're looking at it from a debate perspective, because he would be able to just completely destroy her. I would have a hard time just spending the entire however long not calling her just a bunch of bad names. Which may be more entertaining, actually. Ex-Samurai. Well, I mean, she's the same woman who doesn't believe dinosaurs existed and that we have a universal time zone, so we can't expect much from her. Nope, we sure can't. Miss Me Cat. Scamdus doesn't believe in dinosaurs, but she believes in UFOs. What's your guys' take on the UFO thing? Just out of curiosity. Listen, I like the idea of UFOs. I like the idea of aliens. I just don't know if I believe it. The only thing that's even like kept me close or kept me in the sphere, I guess you would say, was or is Bob Lazar. I like Bob Lazar. I like to think that Bob Lazar is telling the truth. It's entertaining. From an entertainment aspect, it's great stuff. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. I mean, we can get into the whole topic of conversation as far as like other dimensional beings, demons, whatever, but wasn't there who is it? Crowley, didn't Crowley like sketch out a demon that he met or something, and it kind of resembles like what we think a gray looks like? It's got like the weird alien head with the big eyes or something. Miss Me Cat says, I believe they exist. Well, if you... This big giant universe with all kinds of planets and stars and... I don't know. Here's the deal. I don't know And I'm okay living the rest of my life not ever knowing. Totally cool with it. It's going to be really hard for me to just believe the government, though. Like, all of a sudden, the government's ready to disclose all of the secrets about UFOs because the people are ready. Keep in mind that somehow these otherworldly, much more advanced beings have allegedly maybe traveled here or have just been here a really long time and are living down in the oceans. Regular people can't see them. The government's been able to completely just cover them up. But regular people, nothing. I mean, you get those weird cuckoos with like the they probed me stories and shit like that, right? But somehow the government's been able to hide aliens from the people forever. I don't know. Candace's eyes are far enough apart to be an alien. My precious. It burns us. Oh, crap. There was a comment in here. There we go. Continue freedom. I lean toward the demonic, but what the heck do I know? Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I just don't. Why is Piers Morgan on the screen? Because Dave Smith and Adam Sosnick had their rematch debate. I figured, we'll watch that. It's got to be good. The first one was like prepare for epic cringe, and I'm all for epic cringe from time to time. So it's got to be good. There's no way that Dave Smith and Adam Sosnick debating isn't at least entertaining. I think it's just glimpsing the spiritual realm and interactions in it. Could be. You could be right. Could be nothing, could be everything, or somewhere in between. Megan J 4366. Pierce cracks me up with his hold on. Yeah. I I hate Piers Morgan and I really like Piers Morgan all at the same time. Katie 26358. Hello. Audrey Unfiltered. My old man said he thinks there's a link between the paranormal and aliens. Could be. Could be. I had a crazy dream one time, but I think it's it's like sleep paralysis or something. This is the closest experience I've ever had to something very strange, but I remember this was a long time ago. I was laying in bed. I was dreaming, but I was awake. In the dream, I was in the bed doing exactly what I was doing. And I remember I heard a noise in the doorway of the bedroom. So I looked over to the doorway and there was a little shadowy figure standing in the doorway. Okay. I thought it was my daughter. This is dream. Okay. Thought it was my daughter. And I was like, what's going on? Is everything okay? And then all of a sudden there was something on top of me on my chest and I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream for help and I just quite couldn't get it out. And then all of it, I remember forcing myself to try to sit up. And then all of a sudden I was just awake and I shot up in the bed, totally panicked. And then I was like, well, that was not cool. I would really like to not ever have a dream like that again. And I haven't since. But at the time, I was, Googling a bunch of stuff like, what is this? And apparently it's kind of common. So I was like, oh, okay. Sounds good. Maybe it wasn't an alien or a demon. Miss Me Cat, that was a demonic spirit, Bronson. Well, if it was, I don't think he got what he was looking for. Ugh, not the sleep okay, so I'm guessing some of you have had the sleep paralysis demon. Good to know. Jacqueline Brennan, Bronson, do you think more lawsuits will be coming or just Harpole? It's hard to say at this point, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. I think it'll depend. It might depend, right? So depending on maybe how the Macron thing goes, like if the Macrons end up winning, maybe we see some more lawsuits. I'm not sure like what the statute of limitation is as far as defamation goes, but it wouldn't surprise me either way. Like she's got 2 pending right now. How much money is she going to end up losing if she loses both of those cases? Is she going to have anything left for anybody to sue for? I think that'll, but then also some people will just want to sue to clear their name. So it wouldn't surprise me either way. Ninja FB2CP, that was demonic, not sleep paralysis as the excuse for them. Whatever it was, it sucked. It was not fun. Ninja, I experienced them often in my youth, and it finally left me when I was born again in Christ Jesus. Awesome. Well, that was a one and only experience with that. And I remember thinking, like, was that an alien? Did I just get possessed by an alien? So hoping maybe I got like some kind of special powers or something. Nope. No special powers. Audrey, bro, I love this channel and chat. We are all literally so much in common outside of politics, and it's great. I would agree. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Continue Freedom. You and Tucker need to do a show together on that one. Just don't start attacking America. And this was like 20 years, 15, between 15 and 20 years ago. That's the first time I've like ever actually told this story. Don't start attacking America or stumping for Sharia and I'll be okay. I'm probably never going to be talking about how wonderful Sharia law is. I will admit, though, that every gray cloud has some silver lining, like I've talked about before with Sharia law. And if we did have Sharia law, we probably wouldn't have a Candace Owens problem. Just saying. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. If they do end up taking over and everything goes terribly wrong, at least that won't be a problem. Eclectic journalists, they are called shadow people. I thought it was an alien. Thought it was an alien. It was a really small figure. Small, very small person. Like, oh, the Greys are here. Anyway, creep me out. Creep me out. Did not like the feeling of not being able to move or breathe. That was not fun. Our house. I've thankfully never experienced it myself, but have family who have had sleep paralysis before. Sounds awful. Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was not a good time. All right, let's fire this up. Let's get this thing going. Let's have some fun.
Woke is dead. And while I'm famously not a fan of self-promotion or of saying I told you so, I did write a best-selling book explaining why. This week, another case in point. The roast of Kevin Hart aired on Netflix on Sunday and has been debated breathlessly ever since. There was something to offend everybody. Racism, sexism, ableism, classism, sizeism, anti-Semitism. A bit like one of our debates if you watch from the standpoint of Ben Shapiro. It was, by some margin, more shocking than the kind of content which used to result in literal walkouts by woke left Netflix employees. The era of anything goes is truly back in full swing, it seems. That doesn't mean everyone's enjoying it. Jokes about Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, for example, have sparked a heated debate about whether insult humour oversteps the mark and about the competing hypocrisies of the left and right. So can comedy ever go too far? And if the answer is yes, where is that line and who should get to decide? Regular viewers probably know my view. The line is wherever I decide it should be, often based on whether I personally like or know the person involved. And so for a change, I'm going to let my comedy panel have their say. They each have a strong track record for making us laugh, in some cases unintentionally. Podcaster and comedian Dave Smith, who's back on tour in June. Tickets are definitely available, although I'm here running out.
Audrey Unfiltered. Oh, Pete Davidson is so annoying. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Pete Davidson at all. I didn't even know he was like still relevant. I thought after the whole Kanye thing, he kind of peaked and just went away. I guess not, though. I guess not.
Quickly, returning to Uncensored, Adam the Body Bag Sosnick. PBD tells me this will be his very last chance on Uncensored, which I'm sure he will grasp. Media personality Emily Wilson, host of the Emily Saves Qatar podcast, and Jay Dyer. So welcome to...
CJ's in the house, everybody. And of course, he's coming in and gifting memberships. CJ, how's it going, buddy? How we doing? Hey, when are you going to DM me your gamer tag, man, so we can run some games? Everybody, W's in the chat for CJ. W's in the chat. Eclectic journalist. I don't even know who that is. Who don't you know who is? Oh, so unfortunately for some of you, I suppose you are now going to be introduced to the wonderful Jay Dyer. Buckle up. This was not my intention.
All of you.
Why is Adam on the comedy panel?
Let's start.
Emily, I was a failed stand-up comedian. That got into finance.
Our house, Jay Dyer. Yeah, I
focus
just
on making money.
Yep, Jay Dyer ? Pretend you never heard the name of Jay Dyer, and don't ever look up Jay Dyer content. You might not be ready for the rabbit hole that may lead you down. All right.
Money, which I know a lot of you influencers need to learn a little bit more about that, but happy to be here, Piers.
Well, hopefully we'll learn as we go along about comedy in the modern age, particularly this year. Because, Dave, as I said at the start, I read a book called Woke is Dead, and the premise of it was not that it was actually finished off, but the...
CJ. Bro, I will. I've been slammed working and chatting with idiots on your X threads. I don't know what happened. I used to post on X, and people would just ignore me or they wouldn't see it, so I wouldn't get many comments. Now, for some reason, every once in a while, I get some real idiots. So I apologize. I do not like Dave Smith at all. Well, hopefully Adam can hold his own.
The worm had turned about this kind of thing. And there can't be a bigger example, surely, than Netflix, which has historically been filled with many, traditionally woke employees who had protested, numerous times about stuff, who on this occasion have allowed Netflix to...
Eclectic journalist, I can't believe you think I don't know who Jay Dyer is. How dare you? Listen, I don't know. All right. I don't know where people are at in terms of the internet. I just assume that most of the people who are chilling and hanging out with me and people like Gary probably don't really have any idea who Jay Dyer is. And Nanette, I'm going to butcher that. Nanette2. It's probably not how you say that. Don't know Jay. Is he dangerous driver? Probably. No, I'm assuming he's a pretty good driver. Can't stand Dave Smith. His voice is annoying. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. He does sound like he's just whining all of the time.
Air one of the most inappropriate outrageous, shocking, shaming, and all the other isms that I recited earlier about absolutely everything, shows imaginable. What does that tell us about where we've reached in the woke trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, it's very interesting for me because as you know, Piers, I'm kind of like a hybrid or what, like I'm kind of in both the political and the I'm a touring stand-up comedian. But when I come on your show, I'm not really coming on as a comedian. I'm also obsessed with politics and I like talking about this stuff. Look, I mean, I've watched this. I watched the whole rise of wokeism, its effect on comedy, and the fall of it. And essentially what happened was just that the market spoke. Guys like the best example I thought ever was when Shane Gillis got invited back to host, and he's done it a couple times now, Saturday Night Live. Yeah. I mean, literally, the guy got fired as a cast member and then got brought in to host the whole show. And you know why? Because he was selling out stadiums all over the country. And like at a certain point, the Netflix and Saturday Night Live, they look at it and they go, well, we need the people. I mean, that's our business model. And because of, and we could get, like, a whole book could be written on this, but by the very fundamental nature of what wokeism is, it cannot.
Donnie Mac. Back in the day, Morgan used to do some solid interviews, but the internet has broke his old brain. The way he frames shit now is all for outrage. Well, yeah, of course. It's fun. It is entertaining. Very much entertaining. Anybody who's like watching Piers Morgan to get informed, they're doing it wrong. Like you watch Piers Morgan for the circus, for the show.
Not be funny. It's impossible to be woke.
I totally agree.
And so in the comedy world, when wokeism came in, everything became a lecture. Everything became about like making this point. And that's just the enemy of funny. And so you watched it. Comedy Central was like, dude, when I started comedy, so I've been doing stand-up for 20 years. When I started, Comedy Central.
Touche, Jared. Touche.
The comedy network in America had the Chappelle Show, South Park, Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn, The Daily Show, and The Colbert Report. It was like some of the greatest comedy shows that have ever been made. And in the era of wokeism, they just produced like nothing. And so essentially, yeah, I think you're right, Piers. Wokeism still exists. The tides have turned, and it's now a super majority issue to a.
Did he just take the straw out? Did that just happen? Did you guys catch that?
Oppose it because it's stupid and it always has been.
Well, what I thought watching the Netflix special was that I used to watch a lot of those roasts. I remember them, and they were always completely outrageous, and they always involved incredibly shocking and outrageous jokes and deeply offensive. That was the whole point of being roasted. The roastee would be absolutely torn to pieces in the most shocking, personal, and offensive manner imaginable. And I remember there was a famous northern comic in the UK called Bernard Manning, who was deemed too outrageous after the 80s to appear on television. But he used to sell out all his shows. And I went to see him in a working men's club, and he was completely hilarious, but shocking and outrageous, and would have fitted in very nicely to the roast kind of format. But when I interviewed him, I said to him, he told jokes about everything, right? And they were all offensive and would have got him cancelled left, right, and centre if he'd done it in the last few years. But what he said was, I took a view, he said, early on in my comedy career, that I wasn't going to make an exception for anybody. Because the moment you make an exception, the moment you give one section of society a comedic pass from being offended by a joke, you never stop. In other words, once you say, right, I'm not going to tell jokes about, Jewish people or black people or whatever it may be, once you eliminate one section of community from your target range, he said, actually, you're being very exclusive, right? You're basically saying there's one rule for them and another rule for everybody else. And it made sense to me then. This was back in the early 90s I did this interview. But I thought of him when I watched the Netflix thing. Because, Adam, when I watched it, I was like, in a way, although some of the jokes I felt crossed a line, And I've said in the motto, I'm a bit hypocritical, honestly, about my humor. And it really depends who they're doing it to and how they're doing it. And I think I have to admit that and say I have a bit of an inconsistency on this. But it was refreshing that it seemed like all the restrictions had come off. It was no holds barred. Kevin Hart found the whole thing hilarious. Everyone who was the subject of a shocking...
Gina Fay 8, what did Charlie have to do with the roast? So Pete Davidson came out and made a joke about Tony Hinchcliffe referencing what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Joke, laughed, whether it was Chelsea Handler or Lizzo or The Rock or whoever it was. I mean, Tony Hinchcliffe did 7 minutes of, it was literally jaw-dropping. It was so offensive. But everyone was laughing. And then we comes to the crunch point, which is what I want to ask you, Adam, which is a joke that Pete Davidson told. And it was this. Let's watch.
Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat.
So there will be a lot of people who will have found that crossed a line, that it was too offensive, that it's too soon after Charlie's murder. And you've got to think of his wife, his widow, his family, his kids, people around him who would have probably found that horrendous. When you heard that joke from Peter, which got a mixed response, but when you heard that, did you feel that crossed a line?
Well, listen, Piers, I did stand-up comedy in my 20s, and I decided to end up focus on making money, and that's how I met PBD in the finance world, and we started the podcast together in 2020. But I know funny. What happened with me personally, and I'll get to Charlie Kirk, because I knew Charlie Kirk very well, is I said, rather than being a stand-up comedian and sleeping on friends' couches, let me make some money. 10 years later, I made a bunch of money. I owned a stand-up comedy club, and I hired comedians. In fact, the biggest star on SNL, I found him when he was 19, Marcelo Hernandez, who has the #1 show on Netflix right now. He actually worked for myself and PBD at Valuetainment. So I know funny. I'm sitting in a van down by the river right now, sweating my tush off right here. I'll shout out to Chris Farley. I've been around funny people. In fact, you know Vinny Oshana, who's on your show, one of the funniest, greatest people, who's about to cross 1 million in comedy. He's incredible. But there's also people who make their name in this career by not being that funny. Pete Davidson is one of them. Jimmy Kimmel is one of them. I'm not going to go there and say Dave Smith is one of them. That's not what I'm going to do. But the reality is Charlie Kirk was an absolute hero. And what's happening with him, people are literally taking their proverbial shots at him. The bottom line is this. Pete Davidson, name one famous joke he's ever made. I can tell you jokes that Dave Chappelle made, that George Carlin made, that every single comedian had famously made, Chris Rock, right? Bring me the big piece of chicken. What has Pete Davidson ever done that's been funny? In fact, when your dating career is more in the headlines than your comedy career, you're probably not that funny. So it's just par for the course. But the bottom line is this. We need to stop being so offended in this country and realize that free societies love comedians. And that's where we are.
Right. But so you end with a little stinger at the end.
So, in my opinion, it just, the joke wasn't really that funny, right? It was a gay joke that was edgy. That was it. You know, it's got shock value, right? But I'm not like, I don't think he shouldn't have said it. I think part of being a comedian is definitely pushing the envelope and taking risks and just kind of not caring, and nothing is off limits. So I'm all for that. But it wasn't like, he could have at least made it funnier. Continue freedom. I wonder if it's easier to read from this side and pull it up on that side. Nope, sure is not. Taking a jab at the starving stand-up comedians makes him sound like a pompous jerk. Mama Albert says it wasn't funny. No, but comedy is subjective, though. Funny is subjective. I'm sure there are plenty of people who thought that was hilarious. but it like I wasn't offended by it. It wasn't like, oh, how dare he? It was just like, cool, edgy joke. Neat. Dax 101, what was the joke? I missed it. What? I don't think I'm going to go back, and I'm probably not going to say the joke. Here it is in a nutshell. He was dissing Tony Hinchcliffe by referencing taking somebody's load to the throat. Does that help? Continue freedom. That the joke sucked. That's about that. Too soon. It's horrible comedic timing. Yeah, but that's kind of the point with comedy sometimes is the timing. Doing the too soon joke is the joke, right? But I don't know. I think it could have been funnier. Like if you're gonna go with the too soon joke, go all the way. And to me, that really kind of wasn't all the way. A good example of somebody who does the too soon joke all of the time but goes all the way, Ari Shaffir. That's a good example. He gives 0 Fs, does the too soon thing, and takes it right past the edge. That's the way to do it.
Because it looked like you were going down a path of saying you thought Pete Davidson crossed a line. So do you think he crossed a line? And should Netflix have aired that joke?
I don't think there's any line you can cross. The market will speak. If Pete Davidson wants to start doing stand-up comedy shows again and nobody shows up, let the market speak. I believe in free market capitalism. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in cancel culture, even if you're unfunny. If we were canceling unfunny people, there's a lot of comedians that would have been canceled years ago, Pete Davidson being one of them. So there's no line to cross.
Okay. And Dave, I didn't get a chance to specifically ask you about it. So just very quickly, what did you think of that joke?
It was hilarious. It was a great joke. I don't even understand entertaining this conversation of whether it crossed the line. And as you pointed out, Pierce, right? Like it just shows everybody's hypocrisy immediately because the people who are outraged about the George Floyd joke aren't outraged.
I mean, it wasn't hilarious. It wasn't a great joke, but I'm okay with the joke. Like maybe Dave Smith thinks it was a hilarious joke. It's quite possible, but I feel like we can be honest and say that it really wasn't that funny of a joke. Super edgy, but that it's still okay. Like it's just comedy.
About the Charlie Kirk joke and vice versa. It's a roast. It's edgy comedy. And if you don't like it, then don't watch it. It's really that simple. And, I mean, look, I'm friends with Pete, or I was friends with Pete when we were coming up in comedy together. And again, Adam can have whatever opinion he wants on who he thinks is funny and who isn't funny. The bottom line is that millions of people love Pete Davidson. And if he does go on a stand-up tour, he'll be selling out giant theaters. So if you don't like it, that's fine.
And he also,
that was a hilarious joke.
He also does a lot of these roasts, and he regularly has awful jokes told about his father who died on 9/11, and he laughs and accepts.
That's true.
Right, but Piers, but it's all about, obviously, right, with comedy, it's all about the intention, right? Like the intention of anyone doing comedy is to try to get everyone in the room to crack up laughing.
Right.
That's the goal. Pete does it. The goal when Pete tells that joke.
I mean, that's not a bad point either. The joke really wasn't about Charlie Kirk. The joke was about Tony Hinchcliffe. He just used what happened to Charlie Kirk to make the point or to make the joke. So yeah, edgy, not funny. I'm right there with you. Edgy, not funny, totally support them being able to do that. Anybody, don't care. If you want to make I just don't care. It's comedy. Some people are going to find it funny. Some people aren't. It's not for everybody. It's just for the people who think it's funny.
Isn't to get people to walk out. It's to kill to make it as edgy as possible and still hit you with a big punchline. And that's it. That's the way comedy works. It's a discussion between the
S Miles. Aren't roasts supposed to roast people who are alive? No, Dave, it was not hilarious. Well, they were roasting Tony Hinchcliffe. Or I mean, the roast was for Kevin Hart, but that joke specifically was roasting Tony. He just, know what I'm saying? No.
comic and the audience.
I'll say that joke was
that
the reason that we're having this discussion right now is because the joke was actually, in my opinion, Dave, you're entitled to yours, not funny. It was completely offensive. Gay Tony Hinchcliffe, sexual reference to the throat. Sure.
But Adam, couldn't you acknowledge, like, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you here, you failed out of being a stand-up. Well, you failed out of stand-up comedy, and Pete Davidson became a multi-millionaire famous success from it. So maybe you're not in a position to determine whether it's good comedy or not.
No, the fact that I owned a comedy club and I hired hundreds of comedians gives me the credibility to say,
my God.
I know what's funny and not funny.
There is no
because
opinion.
I've seen people
There's no opinion.
who sell out
Let me just
crowds.
tell you this.
Dave, listen, let me speak. Dave, let me speak. You just spoke.
There's no one's
relax,
opinion.
Relax, Dave. Let me at least speak. Okay, are you gonna let me speak or no?
I'm pretty relaxed.
You started so well, you two.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The reality is this: the reason we're doing this show right now because it really wasn't that funny. What's the funniest joke Pete Davidson has ever said other than that joke? Dave Smith, comedian.
I know a ton of Pete
exactly.
Davidson
He's
jokes,
never
dude.
told a funny joke.
All right, let me bring in Emily Wilson.
Adam,
Emily,
really
welcome back
like
to
one of the dumbest people who talks for a living.
Let me bring Emily back in.
Go ahead,
welcome you back to the show. Emily, what did you think of that joke? Because the George Floyd joke, which Dave referenced, was this was Tony Hinchcliffe, who said, the black community is so proud of you to Kevin Hart. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard he can't breathe. And again, there were gasps, and then some people were laughing, some were clapping. Did you find that joke funny?
Oh, hold on. I missed it. Where is it? Where is this? Here we go. Did I grab it? Yeah. Megan J 4366. Roasts are too nasty for me to watch. I don't find them entertaining. I love them. Are you kidding me? I love them. Bunch of celebrities getting out and trashing each other and sometimes airing their dirty laundry. I think it's great. I enjoy it. Like Cat Williams coming out and roasting Kevin Smith. That was wild. That was wild. Or did I say Cat Smith? Cat Williams.
Yeah, Piers, I can't be a hypocrite. If you recall, you were very upset about my joke about George Floyd that I had made previously. So, yeah, I do think it's funny. I also don't put George Floyd and Charlie Kirk in the same category. I thought the entire special was really good. I thought it was really funny. The only problem is I just didn't think that joke about Charlie Kirk was funny. I think he could have took that joke, used anyone else in a different scenario, and I think it would have been more funny. Did it cross a line then for you? Comparing a line that is supposed to be crossed, it's comedy. Do I think it's inappropriate? Yeah. Do I think it was uncalled for? Yeah. Do I think he could have done a better job? I don't think he's funny, and I don't think the joke was funny. You're comparing a guy who has children that are going to grow up and see these things, whose throat got shot out, traumatizing millions of people around the world, to, like, I'm sorry, what's the politically correct statement, blowing loads in the guy's throat? Those two things have nothing in common. It makes no sense, and I don't think it's funny.
Okay, should Netflix, you're perfectly entitled to find it funny or not. And as Dave said, there were lots of people that were cracking up, and there'll be other people who were outraged. But a lot of people felt Netflix shouldn't have aired the Charlie Kirk joke or the George Floyd one.
I mean, the fact that people are making this big of a deal out of it kind of means that the joke worked. You know what I'm saying? If the point of a joke is to get the most amount of attention as possible, Pete Davidson kind of did. He did that. He did it.
Netflix should 100% air it. Okay. The irony of Netflix is how woke and sensitive they are. So for them to ironically choose to air the one thing that targeted the most loved conservative is such bullshit. I'm sorry. That's the hypocrisy of it all. I mean, obviously you have Ted Sarandos, who is a huge liberal, but I'm like, these are the same groups of people that were supportive of canceling Kevin Hart.
You know, it's amazing to me. It really is. And I can't help but do this myself a lot of the time, that we're still like calling out the hypocrisy. Like where we're trying to show people so they understand the hypocrisy. Like, look at, they're hypocrites. They care about this issue when it's their side, but they don't care about the issue when it's the other side. I'm not really sure why we continue to do that, because it hasn't done anything. It's literally made no difference. look, they're hypocrites. I kind of basically, no, I take that back. I did a video that I dropped this morning was sort of on the hypocrisy, but it was more just because I don't know if they're intentionally being hypocrites. I think they're just stupid and they don't understand their own arguments sometimes. So it's not really the same thing, but it's kind of the same thing. But maybe you guys, what do you think? Is there any point in trying to point out the hypocrisy of our political opposition anymore? Or do you think it's just a waste of time? Like, should we just keep doing it over and over and over again? Or is it just kind of beating a dead horse at this point? Because it's like, oh, look, Netflix is so, they're such hypocrites. They're supposed to be woke and they don't want any offensive stuff, but then it's okay if it's offensive towards Charlie Kirk or people who cared about Charlie. Well, yeah, no kidding. Duh. Like, yeah, where you been the last 12 years? Of course.
That we're also supportive of canceling Tony Hinchcliffe, but when it's aimed at a conservative, all of a sudden the rules go out the window.
I mean, it is interesting. I do remember Tony Hinchcliffe when he gave that speech at the rally for Trump just before the election, outrage over some of the jokes he made then and calls for him to be cancelled and so on. And they would be by a lot of people who would consider themselves woke left, who have been oddly a little bit quiet.
Aaron Rodgers, they made fun of Charlie on South Park and he loved it. That's kind of a point, but I don't know if, like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine being assassinated. You're no longer around for your children, but you can like come down and look like I can't imagine a scenario where an unalived Charlie Kirk's spirit would see that joke and be like, oh, that's a good one. I don't know. There's a bit of a disconnect there for me when it comes to like comparing that he was able to take it on the chin with the South Park thing as opposed to this. I don't know.
About what Netflix have done here. Let me bring in Jay Dyer. Welcome to Uncensored, Jay. What did you feel about not just the Charlie Kirk joke, but also the George Floyd one, those two in particular?
Well, my first inclination was to feel that it was inappropriate. However, I remember the last time I was doing a stand-up event in LA, I made the joke that we know what happened to the magic bullet in the case of JFK because it went into the throat of RFK. So I feel like that joke, which went silent to the entire audience. Thank you. That was silent for the whole. The audience didn't think it was funny, but then I realized inappropriateness is actually the part that makes comedy funny. So while it may be inappropriate, it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be aired. And I'll have you know, Piers, the last time I was on, we were disagreeing about a certain word that starts with the letter N. And I'll have you know, the black community has given me 23 N-word passes, and I have chosen, out of respect for you, to not use them on your show.
Well, that would be entirely a matter for you.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. People can behave how they want on the show.
Didn't the mark? Hold on. So in the case of what you said about the PBD guy, didn't the mark?
Nikki, who is this Jay Dyer character? Listen, I don't just pretend like you never heard the name Jay Dyer. All right. I don't know if you're ready for Jay Dyer. Yeah. Oh no. What is Jay going to say? Yep, exactly. I'm right there with you.
Market speak in the case of Pete Davidson. You said, let the market speak. Didn't it speak?
Well, actually, to be honest, Jay Dyer raises an interesting point. Dave says that we bring you back in here. If he decided to tell a joke right now, Jay Dyer, including the M word repeatedly, would you feel that crosses a line?
No, personally, no, I don't. If you're talking about a joke, if the intention is to be funny, then I think he's trying to make people laugh. And again, people can have whatever feelings they want to about this. But could I just point this out? Because this is a very, like, I've made this point a lot through the years of wokeism. But Piers, imagine, let's say, because like I grew up in Brooklyn in the 80s and 90s, and like I've been in a few project buildings in my day, and I don't know if anyone's ever like hung with black people in the hood, but you wouldn't really characterize them as being sensitive. You know, like that's not really the way. It's always like white.
Dave straight from the hood right here,
liberals.
Dave, okay?
it's kind of like white liberals in defense of black people will like get very offended by this stuff. Just for example, let's say I had a really offensive joke, okay? Like a really edgy joke. And I were to go tell it on a job site, and I were to go tell it on a job site, and then I were to go tell it at an Ivy League university. Where do you think I would draw more outrage? We all know it's at the Ivy League university. See, the thing is that people who have been through some fucked up shit tend to laugh at some fucked up jokes. And people who haven't been through that are like, what are you doing? I'm offended on behalf of these people. A lot of comedy is like a coping mechanism with the tragedy of life. And this is the way we do it. We try to laugh at that. My grandfather was a Jew who escaped Nazi Germany, and he loved Holocaust jokes. Like, life is complicated, man. And it's just, I don't.
Those are the best jokes, Dave. You're the best at that.
Okay, Adam, what are you trying to do here, buddy? Like, what are you trying to do?
I'm just saying those are good jokes. You're good at the Holocaust jokes.
Anyway, okay, Adam. Okay.
I'm giving you a compliment
from last time. Okay. So anyway,
great. We're bringing up previous debates.
Yeah, I know, Ben. I see it. I see it.
Stay on this, Dave.
Yeah, I thought that's the rule. We're allowed to bring up previous debates where someone got destroyed. Remember?
Oh, exactly.
That's what you did last time.
There we go.
Okay, except I have one that
like you
I
and
did.
Coleman Hughes, so let's go.
I'm curious about. But this is what I want to know. Do you think if what happened to Charlie Kirk happened to a well-known and loved Democrat, that they would be telling any of these jokes? Absolutely not. Also, if you're saying the whole point of the joke is for the
Okay, I'm gonna fix something here. Hold on. Okay. Megan J 4366 says Jay Dyer is a bully ortho bro. All right. Jay Dyer is misunderstood.
audience to thank you. And the whole point of the audience is to be like, this is hilarious. I'm a little, let's just say, unwell about the fact that the joke to the audience about getting his throat shot out, which traumatized millions of people, is like, ha, ha, ha. But yet Shane Gillis.
Jacqueline Brennan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Joke was dumb to me, but I'm not a hypocrite. My favorite comedian is Ben Bankus, and he's very controversial. The left protest his shows, and he's banned in Minnesota. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, he's hilarious. And people like us would obviously find him funny because he jokes on things that, for the most part, we oppose, right? Pete Davidson it's you know what I mean? Like, getting this worked up over comedy, I don't know if that is necessary. Like, it's just comedy. That's it. It's edgy. It's going to be edgy. You could just be like, yeah, that really wasn't funny, and then just wait for the next joke. You know what I mean? Like, there were plenty of funny jokes during that roast, but to just like get hung up on the one that like made you maybe feel a certain way, or you know what I mean? Like, ick, just yuck. Next one. And then let the people who enjoyed it enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's a joke. It's not like Pete Davidson was out protesting TPUSA or Charlie Kirk. He's not out in the streets dancing up and down with joy that this terrible thing happened to Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing. It's not even close.
Was like half the time getting oohs when it came to race, women, Jewish jokes. And I'm like, so they feel way more comfortable laughing about him. And they wouldn't say that about a Democrat. They just wouldn't.
Well, I certainly think it's true. I mean, had you had
Miss Me Cat, yeah, just like Dave Chappelle in his last stand-up. Yeah, look, like Dave Chappelle has some, in my opinion, some awful takes when it comes to politics. I'm not even sure why he talks about them, to be honest. Totally his right to do so. But Dave Chappelle is hilarious. Are there some jokes that he says from time to time that I don't know, make me feel a certain way? Sure. Do I like his politics? No. But he's funny. And you know what I mean? Like, I think we all need to try to practice a little bit to just separate politics from people. You know what I mean? Just their politics aren't who we are. Well, we can separate it, right? We can try to separate it. Somebody's funny, enjoy their comedy. Doesn't mean that you're like, you know what I mean? You're not best friends with them. You're not going to hang out and do everything that they tell you to do. You're not going to vote how, like, you can still have differing opinions, but still like somebody or still be friends with somebody. Unless they're complete, listen, if they're douchebags to begin with, and then they come out with really bad politics, in my opinion, like that, okay, go for it. You know what I mean? Don't even know.
Well, had you had a big leading liberal Democrat figure assassinated like Charlie Kirk was, I don't think for a moment Netflix would have aired that joke about that person. So that I suspect there is a double standard, notwithstanding the fact that Netflix, in many people's eyes, deserve credit.
I mean, that's kind of where the problem is like the right thing to do is to separate politics from people, right? There used to be a time way back in the day where you didn't discuss politics and religion. Didn't talk about it. It was a personal thing to people. Now it seems like everybody discusses politics and religion. So if you try to, like, people have been using politics as a religion, when you try to do that, are you now, like, how do I put this? Are you putting yourself and other people who think like that at a disadvantage because there are people who will not separate politics from personalities? Like, they won't do it. So is there some weird war going on that we're losing because we have the mindset, or we try to practice the mindset of separating those two things? Does that make sense? I'm just like I feel like the right thing to do is to try to separate those things. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to do. I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying? Am I just way out in left field here? Mom Owlbear, an actor I really like. I commented on Instagram that I'm glad he doesn't say his politics because I followed him since I was a kid, and he commented back that he never would. Nice. I also really appreciate that too. Like, if you're an entertainer, I understand them. Like, well, I have a platform and I want to say what I believe, and it's their right to do so. But I also really appreciate the ones who are just like, yeah, you know what? Democrats and Republicans both like entertainment. They both like comedy, whatever. All of their money is green. Like, I get that, but I do. I have an appreciation for the ones who just avoid politics completely and just go on being entertainers. I Rule 2530. George Carlin was so awesome at political comedy. I wish George Carlin were still around. I would be so curious to see what his takes would be in today's politics, because he was, I feel like he's kind of that libertarian type, kind of in the middle somewhere. And I feel like he would just be taking shots at everybody.
For sort of barreling through the woke period and saying, right, we're going to put this on our platform, right, with all its outrageous stuff.
Piers, I think you're making a good point. By the way, I think Emily made a great point. And who said that women can't be funny? Look at Emily Save America right now. But I'll tell you this, let me just shift the conversation. I think we should stop being so offended by jokes and be offended by the people who actually committed the crimes. The Tyler Robinsons, the Luigi Mangionis, okay? I don't think the Ayatollah or Nazis are that funny. We should be outraged at those people, not people telling the jokes about the people that were assassinated by these people. So Charlie Kirk was an American hero. It's a shame to see how he's sort of a punchline at this point. But I believe in a free society. I believe in the free exchange of ideas. And even though I'm disgusted by the joke, he could say it all day, every day, Pete Davidson.
Well, look, it's interesting. I mean, if you look, let me just say what George Floyd's family said by way of response, for example. They responded through a spokesperson saying that Hart's decision to
Our House 24. Yeah, this is a solid point. I think it was probably a lot easier to separate politics when we had a more homogeneous set of values in our country. That's a really good point. I mean, we didn't used to be so radically different, and now it's gotten to a point where it's so incredibly radically different. It's hard to. Now I get it. Yeah, you kind of got me on that one. It's hard to argue against that one.
Allow Tony Hinchcliffe on stage was sad for the culture, arguing that Hart should have stepped in before the joke landed, given Hinchcliffe's history of making similar remarks at other events. They said, we're trying to rebuild things for our community and make things better in our community. Let's try to be a little bit more positive and not sit up there doing colon inspections by white comedians.
Piers, who said that quote, if you don't mind?
This was the George Floyd family.
Okay.
Why do we care what George Floyd family says about anything?
Yeah, why are we worried about their family?
Well, George Floyd was killed by a police officer who's now serving a very long
hero,
prison
George
sentence.
Floyd, the innocent angel who helped society. Exactly.
Well, the police officer was found guilty.
Well, that that set him off a little bit, huh? Wow, George Floyd. What? George Floyd? He OD'd.
Deliberately killing him. So, that, you can have your own view about it, but his family are entitled to take a view that they have. In the same way that Charlie Kirk's. It's interesting to me, Emily, you're outraged about the Floyd family having.
Gina Fey, he OD'd. Yeah, no, I get all that. I mean, it was just funny, like the instant outrage reaction when Piers Morgan was like, "Well, George Floyd's family thinks this." What? How dare you bring up, I just thought it was funny. Like, they were kind of playing it cool a little bit, right? With the whole Charlie Kirk thing. They're like, it's inappropriate, but he should be able to say it. And he was like, well, here's George Floyd's family. And they were just like, wah!
Having any feelings about him, who was killed by a police officer, but you're equally outraged the other way about the Charlie Kirk joke because you feel like he should be.
No, George Floyd overdosed. It was in the autopsy. The policeman did everything he was supposed to. The other policeman threw him under the bus. When you go through the training and all the legal stuff, I thought we had been over this and reached a normal statement. He was a career criminal and he was a horrible person. And I don't care what him or his family that's happy to get money has to say about it.
Well, I don't think police officers should go around
let me pick up on what Emily said there. I think Emily is partially right. Everything she.
I gotta say, if somebody asked me that, do I think that police officers should go around kneeling on people until they pass away? I don't know how else to answer that besides it kind of depends on the person they're kneeling on.
He said, I don't care about George Floyd. I think the bigger picture is this. We're comparing Charlie Kirk with George Floyd. Let's just sink that in for a second. The fact that these two names are on the same page is hilarious, and it shows how ridiculous society has become. The greatest person on the right, the conservative that led the movement to helping Trump get elected on colleges versus a career criminal drug addict. This is the parallel. Stop it, guys. Let's go up a little bit.
Okay, let me ask Jay this story. This was Kevin Hart defending the concept of a roast on social media.
That, my friend, is what the fucking roast is supposed to be. It's goddamn hard-hitting, relentless jokes with no consequence. It's the concept of a roast. You go hard or you go home. No emotion, no fucking feelings, man. It's not what a roast is about.
Miss me, cat. Society is sick. Yeah, sick, and we're definitely going through some growing pains. That's for sure.
Out. Leave the emotions and the feelings at the front fucking door. People are coming in and they're looking for the shock factor.
That's the guy who was the target of most of the jokes. And like I say, when I watched it, the atmosphere in the room was very much like they're all sticking it to each other. All bets are off. There's no limit. You can say whatever you like, and everyone was having a good time. But the reaction of people who weren't in the room has been different in many cases. Should there be no line? I mean, you raised a point about the use of the M-word. Nobody would do that on a high-profile.
When it comes to comedy, there should not be a line. That's just my take on comedy. There's no line. In fact, the more you jump over that line and the further you get past it, the better. Go for it. When it comes to comedy, certain things need to just have a pass.
Television show, radio show, podcast, or anything else. You just wouldn't hear it, right? You wouldn't hear it.
Unless your name's Nick Fuentes.
Well, you wouldn't.
Unless you're black.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about white people wouldn't do that. High-profile white people wouldn't because they would believe it crossed a line. So there is a line there, isn't there? But it's a question of how far that line goes.
Exactly. And we're all ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the W question. We could talk about the JQ. We got Jews here. We could talk about that. But what about the WQ, which is the Wigger question? Because that's riding the line. And as a representative of the Wigger community, in fact, many people think that I'm kind of the emperor of Wigxanthium. I think that's a great segue. If we start using the word Wigger, if we accept Wigger culture, we can then transition into the normalization of the full-on N-word, and then everyone will have an N-word pass. Then we're done. Then we really have free speech.
Okay, I get the point you're making.
Who is this?
Jay Dyer, everybody. Jay Dyer. Welcome to the world of Jay Dyer.
WLK right here?
No, I get the point you're making, but Dave Smith, is there no line? I mean, if you were listening to listen to this debate, it seems like if there's no line, there's no line, but there are lines, so we know that. It's a bit like the First Amendment. You know, everyone thinks it's protective of all speech, but it's not. There are limitations. But if you listen to the first half of this debate, you'd say, well, these guys don't think there should be any limit on a joke. So why is there a limit on using the M-word, for example?
Okay, here, I mean, look, I think it's kind of subjective. Like in the same sense of saying whether you think something's funny or not is kind of, whether you think a joke's funny or not, you're right, I guess, because to you, that's what it is. I will say this, okay, Piers, there is one joke ever that I've been genuinely offended by. I think this is 20 years in stand-up comedy. There's only one joke I was ever genuinely offended by. And it was when Barack Obama got on at the White House correspondent dinner thing. And he made a joke. He said, Sasha and Malia are now old enough to date. I have 2 words for you boys, predator drones. And I remember being like, yo, dude, you can't joke about that. Like, you actually murder people with that's the joke, that like, hey, people get murdered by my predator drones. Like, so in that sense, that's the only time I've ever been offended by a joke. You'd have to be an actual murderer who was joking about the murders that you commit. I think that's over the line. Aside from that, Piers, no, I don't really think there is one. And
I don't even necessarily think that's over the line. It just depends on if the joke is funny or not. If you're the murderer and you're making jokes about the murder that you committed, if it's funny, it's funny. Might be inappropriate, might be an incredibly bad taste, but if it's funny, it's funny. If it's not funny, it's not funny. Like, you better bring it. That's a big risk you're taking there. But I think it's possible to be in that scenario and to have a pretty good joke about it.
And if you listen,
I mean,
again,
rappers
you
do it.
don't have to watch the show. You don't have to go to a comedy club. You don't. If you're offended by it, you're not.
Get out of
wrong.
here.
It's just, then it's not for you. But if we want to have a free society, then yeah, people have the right to do it, including using any word out there. Yes, people don't have a right to initiate violence or incite violence against other people.
Listen, so I pull up some dude on the internet that's just rolling out the word wigger, and the chat's just like, oh, okay, doesn't even matter anymore. Let's roll. I see how it goes.
But they have a right to make whatever joke they want to. And if there's an audience that finds it funny, then God bless them. That's what being in a free society is all about.
Yeah, Adam, do you agree with that?
Yeah, look at us agreeing, Dave. I thought the Obama thing is, I mean, that's his own thing. I'll let him deal with that. But I agree with Dave. It's a free society, free speech. You know, what I used to say when I did stand-up comedy, because I did some racial jokes, blacks, Jews, I live in Miami, Latinos, Cubans, I would do accents. I said, the one thing is this: it's not racist if you make fun of everybody. If you're just like, you know what? The only people I hate are Mexicans. It's like, all right, now you're just a racist. But if you're an equal opportunity employer and you're judging comedy based on merit, there's no racism. Anyone can say whatever they want to say if you're just an equal opportunity.
Would you do it?
employer.
Okay, but Adam,
So
would
I
you
agree
do
with
it?
Dave
Would you
Smith.
do it on the PBD podcast? Would you tell, as Shane Gillis did, he did some Jewish jokes? Would you?
Continue freedom. You know, I don't know. How is that joke more offensive than Pete Davidson's joke? The libertarian only gets offended by drone jokes. LOL. What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he made like a very good point there. Like, this is the only offensive way to do it. And it's not, granted, it's not Tyler Robinson making that joke. It's Pete Davidson, but like, I don't know that the disconnect is is that far apart from those two scenarios. So I don't know how that was even a good point from Dave. I'm actually surprised he even came up with a scenario where comedy was going to be offensive. Like, what a pussy. What do you mean? So I'm further, I don't even know what that would be. I'm more pro free speech than Dave Smith because I don't think there's a line at all, whether it's offensive or not. Run with it. Like, what? What kind of libertarian are you, Dave Smith? Weak.
Tell genocide jokes? Would you tell Holocaust jokes? In other words, would you do that on your own platform? Or are you saying this because you think it sounds good as part of a debate like this, but actually when it comes to your own platform, you would be more self-policing?
Time and place, Piers. There's things that I will say and that won't cross a certain line. PBD, if you know anything about PBD, high standards, let's get this thing right. He's he's a leader amongst leaders.
Yeah.
He doesn't play that game, and he's helped me raise
Dax 101 because Dave is sensitive when it comes to politics. Yeah, I think Dave he does come across as kind of a sensitive guy. He comes across like a little sensitive, and that's okay. That's okay. Beta.
Raise my standards and raise my game. Same with Vinny, same with Tom. Shame for everything that we're doing in Valuetainment at Bet David Consulting. High standards, high standards, high standards. But that's different from me listening to a joke.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Out in the public, atmosphere. So no, there's things that I won't say. I won't say the N-word. I won't cross certain lines. I think that's lowbrow. But I'll defend your right to say it or be unfunny and deal with the consequences of that. So in essence, yes, I'm agreeing with the comedian Dave Smith in this regard.
I think we now have our headline, which will go viral. I agree with Dave Smith, says Adam Sosnick. All right, Emily, what do you
Piers,
think?
You're actually trying to be funny today, so I got to give you credit.
I'm naturally funny, mate.
Well, I don't understand, because
the British accent is
That was the funniest line of the night.
We have an advantage. When you have a British accent, you're naturally hilarious. Everybody knows that in America.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Emily.
okay, so we're saying that we all agree that there shouldn't be a line, but at the same time, there will always be a line.
Niles 5607. Why does Dave pronounce people like people? I don't know. Probably because he's Jewish.
For white people, because you can have black comedians go on and say whatever they want, or pretty much everyone else, but a white comedian could never go on and say the N-word because they would legitimately lose everything. They'd be
Shady Lady Katie's in the house. Hey, what's up? Was able to hop in for a minute. Comedians use jokes as a disguise to show their hate, racism, and political stance. They're just not funny anymore. It's a false pretense. Keep kicking ass, Bronson. Also, Dave Smith is gay. I mean, it's kind of a mic drop moment. And yes, I do agree that there are definitely comedians who hide behind comedy to say all of the things that they want to say that they know otherwise may cause some issues. It's still worth the risk for comedy, in my opinion. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate it. By the way, if you guys don't follow Shady Lady Katie on X, you should be. You absolutely should be.
canceled. They would not have a way to make a living. So it's like, we're all saying that there shouldn't be a line, yet we all know that for, I would say specifically white people, there will always be a line and that line won't go away. I would also like to point out the hypocrisy of everyone on that stage is a Democrat. There wasn't really any huge Republicans on that stage. And I'm like, but those are the people who have pushed for censorship, who get offended at everything, who said we can't make jokes. These are the same people that killed Hollywood, killed comedy, and now all of a sudden they're like, you guys, we're back. Don't get butthurt.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you one caveat. Cat Williams, I don't know where Cat Williams is these days. That was the storyline that got lost through all of this. Pierce, I'm not sure if you're following what happened with Cat Williams and Kevin Hart. Are you familiar with that drama and that saga?
Yeah, of course.
And that beef? Do you know about that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it was great to see that them squash their beef. And just like me and Dave Smith.
No, Cat Williams. Just my opinion. I'm not going to state this as a fact. This is just my opinion. I don't think Cat Williams and Kevin Hart squashed their beef at all. I don't know if you guys are aware of that whole beef or not. But yeah, I don't think so. I think Cat Williams was just being nice in the moment. I think Cat Williams believes everything he has said about Kevin Hart and continues to hold those opinions and probably just always will. So no, I don't think they, maybe Kevin thinks they did, but I don't think Cat did at all.
We can get along in the spirit of comedy, even if you're perceived as enemies. Look at that. Shout out to Cat Williams and Kevin Hart pretending to be friends.
In this
Okay,
spirit,
so
in the
can
spirit,
Republicans be comedians now?
well, I think, look,
Everyone can be comedians.
Do you know what? Funny enough, in all the debate about things like Jimmy
Apparently
Kimmel,
not.
in all the thing about Jimmy Kimmel's jokes about Trump or whatever it may be, or the Charlie Kirk one he did, which got him into big trouble, I did remember thinking that I admired the intellectual honesty of people like Ted Cruz, who refused to join in the conservative demands to fire Jimmy Kimmel over a joke because he said.
So I have no idea who this woman is, but apparently some of you in the chat know and don't like her, which makes sense. Makes sense. I was going to say something, but I'm not sure. Was going to say something. Where's the comment now? I was going to pull it up. I think it was Megan. Okay, she's Emily Saves America, and she is just like a Candace Owens. Here we go. This is the one. Megan says, this dumb Beezy needs to shut her mouth. She's a narcissist grifter too. I will take your word for it and just assume that you're probably 100% correct.
We have complained about the woke left doing this to us for years. Are we really now going to turn around and when we don't like a joke, we're going to call for that person to be cancelled? I admired that. And there were quite a few that did that. But there were others who didn't. I mean, Ben Shapiro has led, he's had a difficult few weeks, Ben Shapiro, from what I've been reading. But he said this about the Charlie Kirk joke in particular.
The Coke has done its work with Pete Davidson. That is a horrible joke. I got to say, I'm not here to scold people for telling jokes. Making a gay oral sex joke.
So in my opinion, this is an awful look on the right, period, to be offended by a joke, to start like pearl clutching over comedy. I don't think this is a good look. This is a terrible idea, especially as we're going into midterms. After we've been like, I don't think this is a good play at all.
And a Charlie Kirk being shot to death joke in the same joke. That's a new low. I'm not sure that I've ever heard a joke quite as bad as that joke right there.
So, he's making his point about the jokes. But what was interesting is if we go back to that joke I referenced about Tony Hinchcliffe at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. I actually went to that. It's the only rally I've ever been to. Let's take a look at what he said that day.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Now, there was absolute.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about with the hypocrisy. Like it's got to stop, because people on the right spend so much time pointing out the hypocrisy on the left, and then somehow we end up committing our own hypocrisies. Like, look at them, they're hypocrites. This is wrong. Shouldn't be hypocrites. But that hypocrite. I'm just pulling Candace's left and right here. But then on the right, all of a sudden we're doing the same thing. It's not a good look. I don't like it. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Outrage about that. And yet Hinchcliffe's 7-minute set in this roast on Netflix was infinitely more offensive to infinitely more people. Yeah. And there's been nothing like the outrage. And that's the bit I think.
Right. It goes back to the argument. Oh, I thought you guys were the party of free speech. Blah, 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 blah. That whole thing. Just not a good look. Like, if you want to have an opinion about the joke, you didn't like the joke, whatever. But like to this outrage culture, like, at least it's just a joke. You know what I mean? Be outraged that somebody assassinated Charlie Kirk. Absolutely. Be outraged that it was the left. Yes. But over a joke? No, I don't think so.
Jay, where I look at this and go, there remains just a weird inconsistency, double standard, intellectual dishonesty about this whole thing.
Well, in the words of Cat Williams,
Piers Morgan, ain't nobody going in my booty hole. Not an alien or not Hermes.
This guy deserves his own special.
listen,
Well, I was going to ask you all, actually.
This guy's funnier than you, David. He's not even a comedian. This guy's good.
In the spirit of a roast, then,
listen,
Jay,
there is a line here. I'll give you the line. I'll give you the line. I'll give you the line. The line for this is you look at, there's a trend right now on TikTok where you got teenagers and they're sort of mimicking the assassination of Kirk, right? So when the left does a lot of these jokes, and I grant that it's hard to usually tell intention, they are actually at times trying to spark people to be violent. We all remember Kathy Griffin, right? She was saying, I wish people would do, Madonna says, people do this because they know that lunatic leftists will pop off because they're inspired by their God, the media, that tells them what to do. So I think that might be a line if we were trying to find a line.
Okay, look, given there's no holds barred on this show, and we're called uncensored, I thought it'd be in the spirit of a roast that all of you could have.
Yes. Jay is just misunderstood. Absolutely. If you took a lot of Jay Dyer's points and then put them into somebody that had a more welcoming personality or a more attractive personality, I think he would be so much more popular than he is. But the problem is his personality is just kind of a you're either gonna like Jay Dyer or you're probably not gonna like Jay Dyer. That's the nicest way I can put it.
This opportunity to roast one other panel member in any way you see fit. And that's how we'll end the show. So, Dave Smith, what do you want to say about Adam?
There's nothing left to roast.
Give it to me good, baby. Give it to me good.
I left nothing behind, man.
Come on,
There's
Dave, you're a comedian. Give me something good, baby. David, you're on the spot, Dave Smith. Come on.
I'll use my spot. Well, nothing but kindness and love. Patrick Bet David, Valuetainment. Love all those guys. Great show.
Adam, do you want to roast
Pierce,
Dave Smith?
He got the call. Pierce, he got the call. Bibi Netanyahu called him and said, go easy on the guy today. He got the call. Check his bank account for $7K, Pierce.
Have you got anything you want to roast Dave about?
Listen, Dave, I respect the fact that he gets on there. I take the fact that he gets on their debates. I'm not going to go there and say the same line that, why is this guy call himself a comedian? All he does is talk politics. People say he's the unfunniest comedian in America. I'm not going to go.
Let's see. Our house. So we can never criticize them without looking hypocritical then? Because couldn't someone just say anything and then hide behind calling it a joke to get away with it? Yeah, but you can understand context, right? You know what I mean? People can try to hide behind it, but if you know the entire context, you're going to know if it's meant as a joke or not. So, but no, I think it's okay to criticize. I think you just have to be really careful when it comes to criticizing certain things. Like, and criticizing, I don't know if is quite the same as like mass outrage. Does that make sense? Like criticizing it would be like, the joke wasn't funny, but then that's it. Like you don't go on you don't have an entire show. I had no idea this whole thing was pretty much dedicated to the joke that Pete Davidson told. I figured they were going to debating like stuff, not just one specific topic. But I think it's just, I don't know. There's a line in there somewhere. Nikki for Freedom. I didn't see mass outrage. It could also just be an algorithm thing. Because I saw a lot of it. I saw a ton of it. And if you go through my X feed, I don't believe you will find me making a comment or reply or posting about it at all. Because I think that's just a waste of time. There are far more important things to be talking about than a Pete Davidson joke. Lace 71421. If we got on a stage and roasted a famous trans person, there would be outrage. I'm pretty sure it happened with Caitlyn Jenner. Actually, the trans community lost it. Right. And then we would be upset that there's outrage, and we would be saying things like, it's just comedy. You all need to settle down. This is cancel culture. This is free speech, yada, yada, yada. But then if somebody does it to somebody that we like, right? And then all of a sudden that's the hypocrisy there. That's the double standard. I'm assuming that's what the point you were making there. And Dave Chappelle kind of did that, and he took a lot of heat for it from his side, to where the right was like defending him, like, oh no, this is so cool. Well, he's making fun of kind of a, an ideology that we don't agree with. So it was totally okay, and the right supported it. But as soon as, if he starts talking crap about the right, well, he's persona non grata again. We got to not like Dave Chappelle anymore. Like, ick. I don't like it. That's too politicky. Megan, that's why I love consequences. You can do whatever you want, but you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. And words and inactions. I mean, Pete Davidson took a risk, right? His consequence will be if he decides to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want him to be canceled. But if enough people are upset by it, I suppose, then he'll see a shortage in ticket sales, which he won't, because it's probably just not going to happen. That's kind of a bummer. I thought there was going to be more.
He's a spirited debater, and I'm happy to be here. And it's good to see even a funny person who identifies as a woman named Emily, because who says that women can't be funny? So thanks for having me, Piers. You even were kind of funny today, Piers.
Thank you.
Even though you're British.
I appreciate it. Emily, do you want to roast anyone?
What the fuck? What did you just call me? Did you call me a different woman's name?
I called you Emily.
I said you're Emily.
No, I'm talking about Adam. You said my last name wrong. Anyways, no, I think the big
what did he call you?
I don't know your last name.
I think you may
Emily,
have
here's your chance to be funny.
No,
don't start arguing with the dude.
No, I'm not arguing with it. I'm trying to say, I think the whole point of this is it's very hypocritical. If there's any violence or jokes made against the right, it's completely fine and justified. But when we go make Kevin Hart makes a gay bashing comment and he makes a Puerto Rico comment, they're up in arms. They're allowed to do TikToks to Charlie Kirk assassination
I think you've made
videos.
that point,
So
but is there anyone on the panel you want to give a little sly roast to?
Well, I don't know any of these people well enough to roast them.
That doesn't matter.
Come on, Emily, give us something good, baby. Give the wigger a chance.
Well,
Give the wigger a
this is
chance.
supposed to be a comedy panel, and no one has been very funny, so I don't know what to tell you.
All right, well, let's go to Jay. Jay, you've had a bit of time to think about this. Do you want to roast anyone?
I'm going to roast you.
Great.
Yeah.
Go on.
So since you're offended by the N-word, I'm just gonna say, Piers, you a real wigger.
Thank you. I heard the W loud. I heard the W loud and clear. I'll tell you what I'd like to end with, actually, because it did strike me as hilarious last night when I saw the picture for the sad demise of Stephen Colbert. They brought together all the other late night hosts: Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, John Oliver, and Jimmy Fallon. And I thought, what a striking advertisement for the DEI that they all love to preach about, these guys.
Oh, yeah.
There are 5 middle-aged white dudes, liberal Trump haters, not a diverse or inclusive face amongst them. Sometimes real life.
DEI white.
Sometimes real life is funnier.
What a diverse
than
group
any
of people.
comedy.
And they're all
not funny. It's amazing.
millionaires.
It just struck me as very funny.
Damn shame that Jimmy Fallon...
And also, you know the one who wasn't invited was Greg Gutfeld from Fox, who beats them all in the ratings, and he wasn't invited.
Well, Piers, based on your comedy skills, you should have been the oldest white guy in that picture right there, part of that crew right there. But it's a damn shame to see what happened to Jimmy Fallon, because he's legitimately talented, legitimately funny, and he's looped in with these middle-aged white guys who are completely unfunny, and the leader of the unfunny is by far Jimmy Kimmel. I shouldn't cancel that guy, but that guy is a hack above all.
Well, the sad thing I always feel, and we've got to end, unfortunately, but I interviewed Jay Leno recently. I just remember thinking, in the great old days of Carson or Leno or Letterman, whatever, it just felt a little bit warmer. They would use...
Yeah, I had no idea that Adam, like, identifies as a comedian. I was not aware of that at all. Seen a lot of people in the comments like, wait, this was a panel of comedians? I mean, Jay Dyer, I believe, does some stand-up. I know that or I don't know if he still does. He did write for the Sam Hyde show. So he does comedy. But yeah, I had no idea, like, Adam was a comedian. That's news to me.
It's like sharp comedy, but about everybody. They weren't so obviously partisan politically.
Yeah, they didn't hate half the country.
Right, and I think that's been one of the real problems behind why America's so divided, is that all the late night guys, with the exception of Gutfeld, but all the late night guys, they all do. But Fallon doesn't do it really like the others, but they just seem to think their job is to loathe half the country, and anyone who voted Trump has to be mocked and ridiculed, and the Trump bashing has to be relentless. And I actually hanker for the days when you had Leno, Letterman, Conan, these guys, where this wasn't their shtick at all.
Come on, Piers, you're old enough. You're Johnny Carson's age. You remember that. You remember what's going on. Bring back Johnny Carson.
You never knew Johnny Carson's politics, ever. He never told.
Never heard Adam tell a joke, but then again, I've never heard Dave tell one either. I haven't either. I guess Dave has, like, there's a comedy podcast that he, like, that's where he kind of made his name from. I've never watched it, but Dave has never struck me as the type of dude who's funny. Which is fine, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't think he would be my style of comedian. Anybody who just sounds like they're whining when they're talking all the time, I just can't do it. Can't do it. And I've never heard Adam tell a joke either. That doesn't mean that he hasn't tried. I think he tried to tell jokes tonight. You know, the WLK one was kind of funny, now that I think about it. When Jay Dyer's going off on his Wigger tangent. I wonder if I could say that, right? It's YouTube. This should be fine. And then he was like, WLK over here. That was kind of funny. That was not bad. Clever. It's kind of clever.
Well, even George Carlin talked about super controversial stuff, but he still was like loving in general. No one hated
I always
him.
think you can be very controversial. I mean, I'm very opinionated, but not in a politically partisan manner. And it wouldn't cross my mind to say something which would alienate deliberately half the people watching if they vote Trump or whatever. Why would I do that? I might be critical, but I'm not going to say, like Hillary did, you're a basket of deplorables. I don't understand where that part has all come from. Anyway, guys, you're not a basket of deplorables.
Piers, why don't you roast some people on the panel? Since you're so funny right now, why don't you roast some people on the panel, all of us?
You are a basket of delightful human beings, and it's my joy, my warm
Future
joy
looks bright, Piers.
to have
Future
you
looks
on
bright.
Uncensored.
The country is healing.
Let's go.
And Adam, it's great to see Adam. It's great to see you come out of the body bag, mate. It really is.
Emily saves money.
Thanks, Piers. Great to see you out of the morgue as well.
Well, my name is Morgan. Where else would I be? Good to see you all, guys. Thank you very much.
Out of the morgue, back from the dead, him and Johnny Carson.
I think you saved yourself. PBD can look proudly on your performance and say he doesn't have to be the last. Thank you all very much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Take it easy, Piers.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
I wanted to hear that. Jay was going to roast whoever that woman was. He should have just said it and kept saying it. Bummer. I wanted to hear that. I wanted to hear what he was going to say. So there's one more. I'm just hanging out, guys. If you plan on staying, you're more than welcome to. If you have to go, I totally understand. But there was another Piers Morgan. I only caught a clip of it, and it's got Gavin McInnes on it, and he called some lady a dumb bee, which was pretty funny. So I'm guessing this was probably funny. And if you've seen it already, forgive me, I have not. So I'm just gonna pull that up. And I'll probably just watch that. So if you guys want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. If not, I totally get it. It's Thursday night. See what's going on in the chat here. Nikki for Freedom says, Adam has a weird tone to his voice. I can't put my finger on it. It's Jewish. The S-Files. See, we have our own comedians in our little YouTube community. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Some of the funniest jokes that I've seen have been in either my chat, Jared's chat, Artie's chat. Sometimes there's funny stuff in Gary's chat, but most of the time it's super serious conversation. Gina Faye 8. Pierce is so full of shit. The S-Files. Edie's funny. Yes, Edie is funny. And not to mention, Edie gives no F's at all. I would feel the videos that she does, I would have a hard time doing that in a character like that and then putting those on the, so yeah, no, Edie's funny. Adam acts like he's 15 and he's a millionaire, right? Yeah, but he's so incredibly immature for his age. I think he's 40 something. I don't even think he's married yet. Doesn't have any kids. And I don't want to be too judgmental, but seems to be a lot of them. I think Vinny's the same. I don't think Vinny's married or has any kids and he's in his 40s. Theo Vaughn, what are these guys doing? I could not imagine being my age right now and not having done all of that. That seems scary. Guys, you guys are getting wrinkles by your eyes and stuff. What are you doing? I mean, sure, you're making a ton of money, but you're really missing out on things in life that are far better than money and possessions. Cloudy PDX. People talk S about Piers Morgan's show, but I think it's hilarious. Yeah, I do too. I think it's just entertainment. You know what I mean? It's fun to watch. I really hope people aren't watching Piers Morgan to get informed. That's not what it's a Jerry Springer. Miss Me Cat. The Jews can't do nothing right. You are absolutely correct. They can't. Those darn Jews. I don't know the future. Dude, the comment section is where it's at. Yeah, you're telling me. You are telling me. Cloudy PDX, I'm sticking around, drinking a wine cooler and scratching a scratch. I get it. All right, stick around. Hopefully it'll be fun. It's got to be good. It's got Gavin McInnes. It's got some serious personalities on this one. Bronson Language trying to help you out. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this rocking. Let's get this rocking and rolling.
Identity. The March for Palestine, on the other hand, says it's fighting racism on the far right. It's an extreme representation of the growing division in the country, which feels like it's becoming more extreme. The two big winners in last week's regional elections here were populists on the far right and far left. Nigel Farage's reform made historic gains, but so did the Green Party, which doesn't talk much about the environment anymore.
Ann Rogers says, did you play the Pete Davidson roast? I haven't heard it. No, I don't even... Did they play a clip on the show? I don't even remember now. They might have. But so he made a joke. He pretty much said that Tony Hinchcliffe, I don't know if you know who Tony Hinchcliffe is. He's gay, comedian, okay? And the joke was basically Tony Hinchcliffe reminds me a lot of Charlie Kirk because he takes loads from other dude down his throat. That's what you missed.
But is the loudest voice against what it calls Israeli apartheid and genocide. Several Green candidates were suspended for spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. A victorious Reform candidate said Nigerians should be melted down to fill potholes. Both parties, nonetheless, delivered such a crushing blow to the Prime Minister that he might not survive, and both parties will be very well represented at the two competing rallies on Saturday. Previous pro-Palestine rallies have resulted controversially in hundreds of arrests. This time the Prime Minister's focus appears to be on the other side.
Jared, I've got to bounce, folks. I'm old and have to be up early. Great show and great chat. I'll catch the rest tomorrow morning with some coffee. Have a wonderful evening, Jared. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, man, hit me up. We got to do a show together again. That was a lot of fun. You can do all the talking.
And you'll see it again on Saturday at a march designed to confront and intimidate this diversity and this diverse country. That is why this Labour government will block far-right agitators from travelling to Britain for that event. Because we will not allow people to come to the UK, to threaten our communities and spread hate on our streets.
Well, Tommy Robinson spent months courting support from many MAGA organisers and influencers, as well as making high-profile trips to Israel. Broadcaster Glenn Beck will be joining the rally, while others, including Colombian racist Valentina Gomez, have been denied entry. You might ask why, on both sides of this apparent battle for the soul of Britain, there's such a
Just let me know. Anytime.
fixation on everywhere other than Britain, from the Brits marching against Israel to the Israel-backing Americans telling us how to be British. And that's always been my suspicion about extremes, whatever side they're on. They say they're fighting for your interests, but they're often fighting somebody else's. Here to debate this is the host of Crucible, Andrew Wilson, Ava Santini, the political editor at Politics Joe, a Green Party activist and Birkbeck University Associate Professor Ashok Kumar, and Ben Habib, leader of Farage's rival Advance UK, and the co-founder of Vice Media and the Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes. All right, well, welcome to you. It's certainly a perfect panel to debate all this. Ava Santini, there are these two marches, I believe fundamentally in free speech. That includes the right to peacefully protest and to peacefully march and protest if you see fit. Do you have an intrinsic problem with the Tommy Robinson Unite for the Kingdom march?
I'm going to surprise you and say no. I am actually very pro-protest, and I think that any protest that people would like to hold, I do think should be granted in the United Kingdom. If you want to turn up and make a fool of yourself and spout racist nonsense, then that is your right to do so, because we live in a democratic society and a country that does allow that. I'm actually really interested in something you brought up in your introduction there, Piers, because you talked about the number of arrests that had allegedly happened at a March for Palestine rally. Actually, if you look at the Tommy Robinson rallies over the last couple of years, there have been a whole number of arrests. Just last September, there were 20 officers who were injured because people were throwing bottles at them. There was an officer with a broken nose. I mean, can you imagine that, smashing up a policeman's nose? It doesn't really seem very patriotic to me. But again, if they want to be idiotic and act like that, then fine. It's not my problem.
And to be clear, on the Palestine march, should anybody have a banner saying, or a chant that says globalise the intifada, for example, what would you feel about that?
I'm not a theologian, so it's not something that I can really speak to. I understand that the Jewish community have expressed upset when that phrase is being chanted. I actually think there are much bigger things to worry about on those marches at times. I think there have been a couple of people who have showed some anti-Semitic tropes, and actually, thankfully, the March for Palestine group have kicked those people out and have been very forceful about them not attending.
But that phrase, the globalised intifada...
I would say, I think we get really distracted by this phrase. You know,
Wait a minute. Globalized intifada, like, how is that? Isn't that not in and of itself anti-Semitic? Guys, help me out in the chat. I'm stupid and I need help sometimes. like that pretty much means like getting rid of Israel, right? Like, am I tripping?
People who go on these marches are not going on these marches because they don't like Jewish people or because they do actually want to see, I don't know, an Islamic regime in the United Kingdom or whatever ridiculousness the right wing are peddling now in this country. They go because they do not like British taxpayer money being spent on bombs.
She is so full of crap. Are you sure? Shelly Belly 778, are you sure? Like, it sounds like she's like brainwashed and really believes what she's saying right now.
Bombs that are being sent to Gaza and potentially killing children. That's what they don't like, and that's where our focus should be.
Okay, Andrew Wilson, your response to that?
Well, that's not really true. They're not. It is true in a sense that they are anti-Israel and anti what's going on with Gaza and all that, but they're not really turning out for that reason in the UK. They're turning out because they're saying that the other side is racist. They're saying that Tommy Robinson's protest is a bunch of racists. I mean, you can read article after article of the opposition saying this. So I'm fully 100% behind these rallies. I think that they need to remove remove the Muslim element from the UK altogether.
Remove
that's
the Muslim
what I would
element? What are you
advocate for.
talking
Yes,
about?
that's correct.
Oh, W. W. Yes, I agree. Can we do that here too?
What are you talking about?
Remove the Muslim element.
Well,
It means
hang on, just to clarify.
it means no more mass migration from Muslim nations to the UK. That's insane.
But we have about 5 million Muslims in the UK. What would you do with them?
Well, the ones that are there, you can't do very much about, but you can do something about continuing the immigration policies. It's suicidal empathy.
What
You don't
country
need to
do you
do
think-
it.
So just to be clear, Andrew, you wouldn't let any Muslims into the country?
Yeah. Well, people have a right. They have an autonomous right to determine who comes into their nation and who doesn't. If the people of the nation don't want a people group to come into their nation, that is their right. Just like it's the right of people in Muslim nations to make those determinations for themselves as well.
I just find that whole thing totally ludicrous. I mean, if you knew anything about net migration to the United Kingdom, it doesn't come from quote-unquote Muslim countries. There are not Muslim people who are breaking into the country and trying to turn it into, I don't know, some sort of Islamic state. Like, it's simply not happening here. And I really worry about the sort of talking points that you are spouting and potentially you are reading. I mean, I live in London. I've always lived in London. This is not a reality
Who's your
that I
mayor?
recognise.
Who's your mayor in London?
What's actually incorrect,
Sadiq Khan.
though, about...
Yeah, Sadiq Khan. And what about
Okay,
it?
Let's
what's
look at
actually
some more of your
incorrect
leaders.
Well,
about-
hang on,
all over
Gavin, I will
Britain.
come to you.
I
Andrew?
just want to know what's actually incorrect about me saying if the
Oh, this, I can already tell this one's going to be way better than the one we just watched.
people of the UK do not want any more migration of Muslim immigrants into their nation. Can you give me a single moral argument for why that's
Well,
even
that's simply
wrong?
not true. Well, where have you got that
But if they
idea?
did,
apart from
I'm
Tommy
asking about
Robinson.
if it is the
Other than
case.
Tommy
If it
Robinson,
is-
Andrew, honestly, to be honest, other than Tommy Robinson marching around the airways in America saying that, I have not seen any poll in the UK which says the UK people don't want any Muslims coming into the country.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not
but that's
true.
not my question. My question is, if it were the case that the people of the UK no longer wanted Muslim migration into their nation, what is even the moral argument against that? What?
I am very concerned about actually Christian evangelicism that's seeping over into the United Kingdom from the United States. And I think that that is actually a source for much of our discontent. I've always lived in London, and we don't have a single problem with integration between religions in the country. I've never experienced that in my life. May I finish the
Go to
point as well?
Harrods.
I'm
Oh yeah,
just trying to stay on-
those scary Christian evangelists, those. What?
Sadiq Khan for one moment there. Sadiq Khan has won a landslide victory on his third term. That's 3 times he has been elected as mayor of London. Now, if there was a huge problem with Sadiq Khan, why on earth would such a huge proportion of Londoners from all creed, all race,
Have a good night, Lace.
Why would they continue to
Because
vote him
London's
in?
gone. London isn't Britain anymore.
Where's it gone?
When was the last time you were here?
Where has London gone?
60% of Londoners weren't born in London. They weren't born in the United Kingdom. I think that's the point Andrew's making.
Where's where has London gone?
I live in London.
I live in London. I don't think it's gone anywhere. I see one of the most vibrant, dynamic cities in the world.
It may be vibrant.
Piers, go to Harrods. Go to Harrods after this and tell me what country you're in.
Where?
It may be.
Hang on.
Harrods.
What was
I
that?
wouldn't
Go
go there.
where? Harrods?
Yes.
Well, actually, you've now reminded me to play a clip, because you came on my show last week. You then went on, I think, Glenn Beck, and you said this.
Piers is an elite. He's never been to Luton. He doesn't understand the working class. You know, he probably doesn't go to any football matches with these people. He's got his own little box. And they don't understand that the Muslim problem is within the working class. They're not in, Cheddington. They're not in the West London. Yeah. They're not in South England. They're all concentrated in Birmingham, in Rotherham, in Luton, and those towns are gone.
Just to clear up, I've been to Luton many times. I go to football all the time. I often sit with regular fans.
Have you been to a Luton match?
Hang on.
No one in the stands at a Luton match is from Luton.
Well, I wouldn't go to a Luton football match because the leader of the Luton football hooligan firm for a long time was a guy called Stephen Yaxley.
Did you get behind a little bit, Katie? Glad you got back up.
Who's now Tommy Robinson. In fact, he has multiple criminal convictions for running.
Why is no one in the
wait a
stands
second,
at a Luton
Gavin.
match
Wait a
from
second.
Luton?
I'm
Not one
responding.
person
I'm responding
in
to
the
what you
stands
told
is from
Glenn
Luton.
Beck. If you ask why I don't go and watch Luton Town, A, I'm an Arsenal fan and we're about to win everything. But secondly, Luton Town had a big hooligan problem caused by Tommy Robinson under his real name, Stephen Yaxley. He was the leader
What's the matter with
of the
hooliganism?
hooligan mob.
What is the problem with hooliganism? It's mutual combat. It's a sport
It's
in and
not
of
mutual
itself.
combat.
You're
It's a bunch
toff.
of
You're
Neanderthals
and you told
beating
Glenn
each
Beck
other up and
not
dragging
to
in
go to
civilians.
this rally.
But let
You
me finish my
told him
point.
Not to join Tommy Robinson.
Gavin,
that's anti-Britain.
Gavin, I'm going to come
Robinson
to your.
is pro-Britain.
Gavin, you don't even ask I haven't even asked my view yet. My point is, I'm responding to what you told Glenn Beck. I go to football all the time. I've been a football fan for 45, 50 years. I regularly stood on the terraces with the working class fans. Let me tell you about hospitality boxes at Arsenal, for example. They're full of...
Yeah, exactly. The S-Files. Oh, wow. He sits with regular fans. Yeah, I'm in touch, right? I'm in touch with the people. I sit with the peasants in the stands. What?
Working class people who've done well for themselves. Why you would think over in America that somehow only people who are not...
Audrey Unfiltered, did you see the clip with Andrew? Would love to hear your opinion. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't... What clip? I guess there's a solid chance that I didn't.
Working class watch football from hospitality boxes is bullshit. So please allow me to educate you about football grounds in this country. Right? And I'm not an elitist. I went to a state school with working class people. I consider myself working class. My parents ran
Why did you tell Glenn Beck not to meet up
in the
with Tommy
south of
Robinson?
England, for God's sake, right? I am a working class man.
Why did you tell Glenn Beck to avoid Tommy?
Nikki for Freedom says critiquing Erica. There's a clip of Andrew Wilson critiquing Erica. Is that like as far as critiquing her as being CEO of TPUSA? I guess I haven't, but if I had to make an assumption, I'm assuming it doesn't involve anything to do with because she had something to do with Charlie Kirk, or like my guess is it's just because she doesn't see, or he doesn't, needs a man in there, something along those lines. Should be a man, should be going to war, should be gearing up for war, should be doing everything she can to try to attack the left since there's midterms coming up. Like that would be my guess on his potential take when it comes to Erica Kirk. Am I off? I hope I'm not off. that would suck. That would be a bummer if Andrew was like, she's all of a sudden in on it now or something, and that she shouldn't be because whatever.
I'll tell you why I avoid Tommy, because he's an absolute charlatan with a...
Audrey Unfiltered. No, it's the PR around her, and yes, that's exactly what he said. Okay. The PR. I might have to check that out. I don't understand. She can't really control the PR that's around her. Do you know what I don't know if that's a fair criticism. There's so many people that want to attack her. Like I've said this going back quite a while now. Like if she either needed to say something right away and go head on to it into the fight as far as like Candace Owens and stuff goes, or she needed to just be quiet. One of the two. And I'm not a big fan of how they handled it. Like, what was it? Blake Neff and Andrew Colvette, like just the other day were like, if anybody's going to go at Erica, they need to come through us. Like, bro, we're 8 months into this, guys. Like, that should have been the attitude the next day. As soon as it was the Jews, like they had to know it was coming to them. That should have been the attitude the next day. But I don't know if the PR around her is a fair criticism, because she can't, what can she do about that? It doesn't matter what she does now. They're going to criticize her, and it's going to get tons and tons of views because people are stupid. Megan J. Andrew is big on women not doing certain things. Maybe that's where he was coming from, but I can't remember what Andrew... That doesn't surprise me. Like, doesn't surprise me at all. Unless, of course, Erica Kirk were doing things the way Andrew thinks they should be done, then he would probably still be like, yeah, women shouldn't be doing that, but she's doing a pretty good job. You know what I mean? So it just depends. Like, I'm assuming the critique was he's just not... There's an opportunity there because of how big TPUSA is, and they're not attacking. That would be my guess. Megan J. Andrew also has random anti-Semitic views and odd Christianity things that I don't agree with. I don't know if Andrew's anti-Semitic or has anti-Semitic views. He is just not a Zionist. He is just not pro-Israel. But I don't think he's anti-Israel either. So I don't know. I guess I would have to see what you're talking about to figure out whether or not it's anti-Semitic. Like I make the occasional Jew joke, but I also joke about everybody else too. But I think a lot of his views when it comes to Israel, I'm assuming they're religion related. Or they might not be. They might be just completely politically related. Megan J 4366. I don't trust Andrew, bottom line. I mean, he's just a commentator. You don't really have to trust Andrew. I'm not going to try to like convince you to trust Andrew Wilson or anything. But I can tell you this, I would rather have Andrew Wilson on our side than be against an Andrew Wilson. 100% without question.
A string of criminal convictions as long as his arm. You've tried to defend him.
Mama Owlbear, Andrew thinks Israel has too much control over our government. I mean, they do. They definitely have influence on our government. In a perfect world, to have no, I really do believe that if you want to be in our government, you should not be able to have dual citizenship. Period. I don't like it with Israel. I don't like it with some other people. I don't think I have to name names. I'm pretty sure you guys have a pretty good idea of who I'm talking about. One of us in Minnesota, right? I think you should be American and American only at any level of government.
do a thread, you said last year, on all Tommy's crimes. They showcase Britain's madness. Let's go through these crimes. Assault, 2005. Common assault, 2011. Leading a 100-man football brawl in 2011, using a false passport to enter the US, and mortgage fraud. Repeated jailings.
You don't know the background of these crimes. The more
Cloudy PDX. Hearing him say Erica looked like an idiot talking in the black hat was a little disappointing because she was just sitting there talking and what she says was 100% facts. I think, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. However, I will say, if you're going to dress like that, bring the fire. Bring the fire. Let it rip. I even think when I watched that, I sort of critiqued that in that way. Like I was hoping she was just going to, I just want to see her just let it rip. Just let it go. 5 minutes. Say what you really think. But she's super reserved when it comes to, I don't know. I think she should just come out and cook them. But
Studied him more than you have.
Example.
Yeah, I've studied him more than
court.
you have. Let me finish my point, then you can respond. Repeated jailings in 2017, 2019, most recently in October 2024, not because of his free speech being suppressed because of his ridiculous film he brought out that you all fell for, but because actually he lost a high-profile libel action and was ordered to pay £100,000 in damages after falsely accusing a 15-year-old Syrian refugee of being violent. And then he lied about it in his film, and that was a repeat of the defamation, a breach of the contempt of court, and he went to prison for it. You're all being taken for mugs in America by Tommy Robinson.
I've got to intercede. Whether or not that's...
Megan says, I thought what Erica was wearing was awkward until the end and saw she was dressing like Charlie, so made perfect sense. Yeah, I just, yeah. If she was going to dress like that, just feel like you're ready to rock. You know what I mean? You better bring the heat. But I wasn't like, oh, I can't believe she came out all dressed in black. I mean, she's promoting a hat, right? Like, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I definitely wouldn't go as far as to say that she was an idiot for dressing like that. But it would have been better if she just came out and just, and she doesn't even have to go like crazy off the deep end. She could just come out and be like, Candace is retarded. Like just that. You just shrug it off. Like, and Candace coming out accusing me of unaliving my husband. Candace is retarded. And then just move on to whoever she wanted to diss on next or whatever. Like just throw some shots out there.
Syrian boy was guilty of the accusations made against him is academic. The point is that the civil case that was founded against Tommy Robinson was a civil case. And Lord Hermer politicised the whole thing. Lord Hermer being the Attorney General.
So did Piers.
A political appointment.
No, I didn't.
A political appointment ennobled in order to get him into the cabinet, decided to elevate.
So here's Mama Albert says, I'm tired of people picking on Israel. I like to think that it's just a bit of a fad and that this is just as leading up to midterms. This is the point of contention, right? But I'm a little concerned that it's not, that this goes deeper than just a fad, that this is incredibly popular with Gen Z people and that it's only going to get more popular. Like, I don't think we're too far away from the United States and Israel. I mean, I'm sure we're going to have some type of alliance still that only makes sense. But as far as like this close of alliance as we have right now, I don't know if that's going to last. And of course, I'm talking, 20, 30 years down the road here, but I don't think it's a fad.
The importance of that civil case to a criminal level. And he can only do that if he can convince himself that that is a matter of public interest. That jailing of Tommy Robinson.
Ooh, I want to read this. Audrey Unfiltered. I think Andrew gets annoyed easy, and that's what it seemed like in that video, that he was annoyed with Candace and the whole drama revolving around Candace's shit. That I'm going to have to watch this now. Can somebody Ben, if you could find me that clip. But that wouldn't surprise me either. Like, Andrew is attack, tack, tack. Go to war. Defeat these people. Destroy these people. So that wouldn't surprise me at all either. Like, if he watched that and was like, you have an incredible opportunity. And it's easy. It would be easy for Erica to do this. They have an incredible opportunity to just destroy these candidates. They really do. And they're not doing it. And we're coming up on midterms. Like, now's the time. So that, if he's coming from a place of like, what are you guys doing? You have TPUSA and you're not doing anything with it. You're not going at these people. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense.
In 2024 was a political jailing.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
wasn't. It was there was a court order to stop him repeating his lies about that Syrian refugee.
This is why May 16th is going to pop off. There was a court order because of people like you.
Yeah,
there's going to be violence on May 16th.
You're all being sold.
Mark my words.
You are all being completely duped by Tommy Robinson. And by the way, let's call him Stephen. His real name is Stephen. He's not even called Tommy Robinson.
Congratulations. I've studied the case. I've studied the case. It's got nothing to do with whether or not that Syrian boy was rightfully or wrongfully accused of what he was doing. What it's got to do with is Tommy Robinson refusing to take his film down and Herma, a political appointment, interceding, and instead of the punishment typically for breaching an injunction in a civil action is a slap on the wrist, a bigger fine, Herma took it to another level and threw Tommy Robinson in jail.
Okay, all I can tell you is that Tommy Robinson has a standing invitation to come on this programme, which he's consistently bottled it and refused to do. And I can tell you the reason why. He knows that if we do it here in England and I ask him to repeat his lies about that Syrian boy that you've all swallowed.
Okay, guys, we'll interrupt this quick. I'll pull up this clip of Andrew.
We've seen the
See if I can just shoot this in here. Is this the one, Audrey? Forgive me, chat. I'm just going to wait for Audrey to confirm that this is the clip. I'm assuming it is. Oh, and then here's Ben. This is the one? Okay. All right. Let's let it rip.
We've seen the going on. We've seen all of the low IQ takes and everything. And you and I have been sort of loosely covering this whole Candace investigation for a very long time now. And one of the things we've noticed is it seemed very woman-coded, right? It seemed very much like there was a lot of sort of female, rhetoric and everything that I don't know, but I know these sorts of things. And I went on one of her posts the other day and I started to look through the comments and it was actually alarming to me. I've got it up here on my screen share about just the level of female engagement that is going on there on YouTube, which is normally a platform that is male dominated. So she did this thing saying that she's not retracted a single claim that she's made about Erica Kirk, whatever. And then look, peaceful heart. Wonder what gender that is. Seeking truth is not a crime. Observation of inconsistency is not defaming. Natasha, Harple just opened the door for TPUSA to Candace. With a Nimrod, I hope Candace obliterates them all. Miranda, truth is our greatest weapon. George Strait Lover, probably a woman. I pray every day for justice for Charlie. Quasar, this chick has a female photo. Christ is king, we stand with you. Raising Raina. George is down for the fight. Mrs. Malaga. I'm glad I'm not the only one excited for the discovery.
They think it's a soap opera.
Yeah, dude, it's like, but I'm telling you,
and Candace is the main character in the soap opera, and Erica Kirk is the nefarious foil, right? And so here's the thing: it's funny. Is like, I don't give a if you roast Erica Kirk. She's been terrible for TPUSA. Awful figurehead, right? She's way more of a feminist than she's not. I don't know what the she was thinking with that weird wide-eyed stare and the baseball cap, the black baseball cap and the Adidas while she's talking about how she's going to start going hard. She looks like a idiot. She's a terrible representation for TPUSA, and everybody knows it. I don't know why they won't tell her that, right? Because she needs to step out and give it to a man, and then they need to turn into a war machine, start grinding their enemies to dust. But they're not going to do that. That's fine. You want to levy
I'm not, guys. I'm not surprised at all with this take from Andrew. Doesn't surprise me at all.
criticisms at Erica Kirk? Fine, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But my God, can we just get to a allegation at some point? Just ever?
Yeah.
Can we just ever get to I'm actually accusing you of this? And it's like the fun part never comes. You know, you're always in the evidence gathering stage, but you never quite get to the make an accusation about something. Actually say, here's what's going on in reality. It's like perpetual edging. There's always going to be a payoff around the corner, and the payoff never comes. It never comes. Like, what's the payoff here? After all this is said and done, what's my big payoff? Are we any closer to knowing who really done it? No.
No. But
does anybody have any new compelling?
Okay, so there's who was it that said it seemed like he was frustrated? Yeah, that's what I'm getting. He sounds incredibly frustrated. I think he's probably a tad bit black-pilled when it comes to the midterms. He's probably assuming it's not going to go well in the midterms. He hates Democrats, and he sees this, and he's frustrated with the candidates and how pathetic their whole thing is, and frustrated with Erica Kirk and TPUSA not going to war with these people and like attacking it as soon as it happened. And I don't disagree on his main point. I don't know that he needs to come out and reaffirm that Erica Kirk is awful and terrible, but what am I going to do? That's Andrew's opinions. Shelly Belly 778. So he basically just said she's been absolutely terrible as a figurehead for CEO, and that there should be a man in there and they should be going to war. They should be on the attack on all fronts. The eclectic journalist. Why would this take be surprising from Andrew? Him and Rachel hate women. But here's the deal, though. If Erica was doing it in a way that Andrew thought was effective, he would have a different take on it. So it's not just default on hating women. It's, well, they're not doing it very well, and it just so happens that it's a woman as the main figurehead. So this is it. I rule 2530. Well, this isn't going to help. No, I agree. It's be the same criticism with like PBD and those idiots when they're, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I mean, maybe reach out. No?
Evidence on who really done it? No.
They're getting close.
Yeah, it's always in the evidentiary phase, the finding phase, and never moves into the make an accusation phase. Never.
But this is where the theory comes in, right? So either we're looking at something really low IQ, or we're looking at a space that used to be male dominated, because YouTube is about 80% male, right? And normally with conspiracy theories and politics and everything, this was something that men would engage with more and less so women. Now, since the Charlie Kirk thing, and since it's...
Sorry, I'm gonna leave it play, but I'm just gonna scroll down and check the comments. See what kind of feedback they got in the comments on this video.
Become this big sort of soap opera true crime thing. It appears as though women are engaging in a huge way. Women who didn't give a shit about politics before, they didn't care about right-wing media or anything like that before. And now the zone is getting flooded by women, and all of these people you see, like every day in my live streaming, I would see some woman who's just like coming to give me stupid opinions. I have to ban them. And on Twitter as well, you're constantly getting straw manned by women. And this didn't really seem to happen as much before. Are you noticing this, or is it just me?
No, well, I've always thought that Candace Owens attracted a large female audience, and that's why they're all crazy. It's just like TikTok. Do you want to know why people love the TikTok invasions? Which, by the way, I'm going to give you guys 3 of them this week because I'm awesome. The reason that they love TikTok invasions is because TikTok is dominated by women. And so you get to see into the mind of a woman. And you realize that it's a crazy place full of lunatic, batshit crazy ideas and over-emotional lunatics and everything else. You get to, and that's all you're seeing here, too. You're seeing a frenzy, a feeding frenzy of overly emotional moms and Karens who have been following this as a true crime saga, and they always think the payoff is right around the corner. And there's never going to be a payoff. There's never a payoff.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go to a recent, 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago. What's her live streams? That's where she does it. Belle Pock. It's not a ballroom, it's a ballroom. Belle. Glowworm.
Yeah, like the demon, like the Satan, basically.
Fran Ban. I think Erica.
Speaking of TikTok, I have a major concern with TikTok. I don't know if you guys know, but Candace has a TikTok. She's got like 7 million followers on TikTok. Her videos that post up get millions of views. Guys, I have tried to post a few videos to TikTok that weren't even controversial. They weren't. One was just like a joke video where I was making fun of Alex Jones. I think some of you might have seen it. This was a while ago, but it was just like, oh, let's check in on Alex Jones and see how he's doing. And he's just saying something crazy, and I bleeped out like the crazy words. That got a warning and basically like taken down. Like I don't even post to TikTok, and I immediately was like catching bans. But somehow a Candace Owens can post all type of crazy political hate Erica content. Totally good. No problems. That's a little suspect.
Hit the 6th stage of grief, bridal shots. It's just women bitching about other women.
That's all they do.
But it's I don't know. I haven't seen.
But it never has anything to do, Jake.
If you guys want to have some fun, go to Candace's TikTok and go to some videos and check out the comments over there. You think YouTube is bad?
With anything. The state right now, the state is saying, we have the guy. We got the.
Megan J, have a good night.
Now, whether you believe they got the guy or not, whatever, doesn't matter. The state is giving you a beginning of the story, a middle of the story, and they're going to bring you a conclusion to the story. That's what's going to happen. With Candace Owens, you get the beginning of the story, and that's all you ever get is the beginning of the story. There's not even a middle.
So does this, Audrey, does he talk any more about Erica Kirk in this clip, or was it just right away at the beginning? So it sounds to me like he's incredibly frustrated, which makes sense. And anybody who watches Andrew Wilson is already going to know where he stands when it comes to women in certain positions, right? So I'm not surprised that he has that take. But I understand his being annoyed. I get it. Because this is, like, we know this, guys, right? This entire thing has been so stupid from the beginning. And had there been, they should have just put their balls on the table and they should have attacked it immediately and just destroyed this from ever getting to where it got. If they were going to, or they should have just kept quiet and did their thing. And they didn't. They dipped their toes in here and there. You know what I mean? And then they really didn't handle a few things very well. And I'm not talking about Erica, mostly Colvette and Neff. They really didn't handle certain things very well. Quite a few times. To where it sort of bit them in the ass. To when they should have just went on the attack from the get-go. So I understand the frustration.
Be a conclusion, because the goal is not to reach a conclusion. The goal is just to go on and for hours about nonsense that's completely unverified with zero evidence to back it up. And over and over and over again fail to give an audience a conclusion. And for some reason, they're just like, yeah, I'm fine with that. I just want to tune in and never have a conclusion to any of this, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just sort of wondering because you.
Shelly Belly 778, Colvette sucks. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But like realistically, guys, let's think about this for a second. Who do you put in as CEO? Seriously think about it. From the TPUSA people, who do you bring in as CEO? Andrew Colvette? Blake Neff? Who do they have? I don't know that they have anybody better than Erica Kirk to put into that position. Any suggestions? I'm curious on your guys' take. Like, with all the criticisms that everybody has with Erica Kirk, who do you put in? Who takes that spot and is going to be effective? Wild West 65, no one. Awaken Media, Mikey McCoy. Is that serious? Shelly Belly 778. I could see Jeremy Boring being good. That doesn't, I don't know. That doesn't excite me much, to be honest. Catalin Williams, they would hate everyone. It would be the same. I mean, it's like, who do you replace Charlie Kirk with? And the success that Charlie Kirk was having. Who else has matched Charlie Kirk's success? Nobody. He basically built his own RNC. You know what I mean? So I understand the criticism, but I also don't think that there's much of a solution. Who do you put in to replace Charlie Kirk? Nikki for Freedom. Mikey was being attacked before they went full on to Erica Kirk. Lori Love for USA. Nick Shirley. I mean, Nick Shirley's doing a pretty good job with what he's doing. I don't know that he's going to be the one to run a TPUSA and be successful. That's a completely different ballgame. Nikki for Freedom. Erica was married and knew the inner workings. It's Erica. That, in my opinion, that's the best argument, right? Is if everything is true, that he had a plan for TPUSA and how TPUSA should continue if something happens to him. And you got to think he probably had that, right? Because he understood the dangers of what he was doing. He understood the risks he was taking. So if TPUSA fails, it fails because of Charlie, not because of Erica. If this was Charlie's wishes, right? But at the same time, if people weren't attacking Erica over dumb garbage, the situation wouldn't even exist. This is all built on conspiracies. That's the whole thing. So if the conspiracy wasn't there, I don't know that anybody would really have too many. I mean, maybe you could still criticize that we're going up to the midterms and it doesn't seem like TPUSA is going full on attack mode. And you know what I mean? But sure, criticize that. Go for it. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think they should be. We're going into midterms. What are we doing? MSM F. Goonan. They could have Erica as CEO, but put somebody else as a speaking head. Right, but who? That's what I'm saying is like, who do you put in there? And yeah, they absolutely could. Of course, Erica could be CEO and there could be somebody else out on the front lines doing the Charlie thing, but who? So in my opinion, I think some of the criticism it's not fair. It's not, you can't replace a Charlie Kirk. Or maybe you can, but you're not going to replace a Charlie Kirk 8 months later, 6 months later, 4 months later. You know what I mean? Audrey, I absolutely love Erica. I went in person to Charlie's memorial. I don't know how to put it. Yeah. That's crazy. iRule 2530 says, I don't think anyone could predict how much they would be increasingly attacked. I don't think so either. I agree. I remember right away when it happened, like I knew there was going to be conspiracy surrounding it just because of how everything sort of happened right away with George Zinn saying that he did it and the reports coming out that they have the shooter and then they don't have the shooter and then they have somebody else arrested and then that's not the person. Like I expected there to be conspiracy theories immediately. There's no way that I expected that it would turn on to this full-on attack of Erica Kirk. MSMF Goonin 209. They have to find someone totally new. I agree, but who? Who do you put in there? You know what I mean? And what do you want TPUSA to be? And is it, whose choice is it? I think it's kind of Charlie's choice. But it would suck. It would suck to see it just go away because they built this massive infrastructure. And to see it just die with Charlie would suck because it could be utilized so well. Could be utilized so well. And I guess I don't see it. I don't see TPUSA being utilized right now the way that it had been in the past. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's just all kinds of stuff happening behind the scenes and sort of a, boots on the ground thing, but I haven't heard much. I haven't seen much. BS Files. Erica is going to have to come into her own. Oh, sorry, the chat keeps scrolling. Erica is going to have to come into her own, and all the haters aren't helping instead of pointless whining on their shows. Why don't they help her? I think some of them would be willing to, but you know what I mean? Like they need to probably make the phone call to them. But that in it, it's who? You know what I'm saying? You think TPUSA is going to call up Andrew Wilson and say, "Hey, come help us debate these fools and help us destroy these"? Like that I'd be all right with that, right? But that's not TPUSA's brand. They're not going to call in somebody like an Andrew Wilson to all of a sudden be repping Turning Point USA, and I don't even know if he would. But you know what I'm like? Who? They're going to have to call somebody, and are those people going to want to rep the TPUSA? Not to mention, Charlie was just unalived. There's probably not a whole bunch of people like raising their hand, like me next, you know? But if they're going to criticize, I would like to see some type of balance to it at least, you know. But this doesn't surprise me with Andrew Wilson. You know what I mean? Feminism bad. He doesn't like feminism at all.
See guys like Ian Carroll and Jimmy Dore and they're sort of like Candace is similar to like Fuentes with the
which I mean, like I think a lot of you might agree with some of that as far as feminism goes. I forget. It was one of the live streams we were talking about, and I just asked, should women run for office or something? And surprisingly, there was a lot of no's from women in the chat. So I think some of you tend to agree with certain aspects of feminism bad.
The alt-right. Fuentes comes in, breaks through to the mainstream, and there's a bunch of people who are sort of lagging behind, riding the coattails in a way, and getting that reaping the whirlwind. Seems something like.
Do we know what we criticize about Erica as CEO besides her clothing, makeup, and she's weird? Well, I think his main point of contention with Erica Kirk is just the fact that what the hell is she doing? That's kind of what I got from it. What are you doing? You have this giant political war machine. What are you doing with it? How come you have not completely attacked and shut down this Candace Owens, Baron Coleman garbage? Like, what are you doing? So I think that's sort of his main point of contention. He just throws insults in. But I could be wrong. There might be a little bit of cope on my part. That's definitely possible. I might have a little bit of bias, and I'm trying to make it sound good. But that's kind of what I was getting. MSM F. Goonan. So that said, they will have to change things in order to keep it going. Maybe. I don't know how well they're doing. You know what I mean? When's like the cutoff point? Like, how bad does it have to get internally before they make a change? Did they go into this with like a certain amount of time that they were going to allot to see if this was going to work or not, or to see if it's going to be successful? Did Erica go into this with a certain amount of time in her own mind to think if this is something she was going to be able to pull off or not? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things probably going on behind the scenes that none of us have any clue about. So that they may already be in the works trying to find somebody, not necessarily to replace Erica as CEO, but somebody to bring in as more of a figurehead, somebody who's more Charlie Kirk minded in that sense. Like, that could be a thing, or it could not be. Cloudy PDX. She also won't sit down and do change my mind talks that Charlie did, nor should she. Someone else needs to step up. That's just it. I don't know that I want to see Erica Kirk sit down and do, unless she's really, really good at debate. You know what I mean? I don't see it. I don't see that being the case at all. So no, of course she's not going to do that. She'll come out and give speeches, which is fine. Whatever, but they need somebody who's got who's ready to go. Who's ready to go. This is a political war. But who?
Something similar going on with this Candace thing. And then there's all these investigators. And now, I don't know if you've noticed that there's a mutiny going on amongst the investigators now, amongst the independent investigators. They're all mutinying and calling each other feds now, the ones who are doing the investigation with Candace.
Oh, I'm so shocked. I'm stunned. How could it be? And I'm guessing that they're all providing evidence for how the other ones are fed too, right?
And now some of them are calling Candace a fed. Saying Candace must be
couldn't
fed.
be.
She's got all this access and information.
No.
I rule 2530. Who's the guy that went with Erica to see Candace? I don't remember. Was it? I know that. Oh no, that was a phone call to a lawyer, wasn't it? I don't remember. Chad, if you guys remember, put that in there. It wasn't Colvette, right? No, I don't believe it was Colvette.
Say she must be a fed.
No, couldn't be. And I'm sure they have evidence for these claims, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's all off of vibes.
Yeah, they're all just asking questions.
Well, there's no evidence that there isn't evidence out there.
Sarah Hobb won. She could be CEO and not have to be Charlie. She has plenty of support there. I think she will surprise a lot of people after this trial. Candace being sued being one. Yeah, but the point is the attraction to TPUSA was Charlie Kirk and the way that he was able to kind of take the fight to the left. Erica is not doing that as the figurehead of TPUSA. They definitely need somebody in there doing that, taking the fight to the left. That attracted especially young Republicans. And if they don't have that, I don't know how they grow. I'm sure they've seen a little bit of growth like right afterwards just because of the tragedy. But to maintain that, like you need somebody in there who's a killer. No pun intended. And Erica Kirk, I mean, she's not that. Not yet, anyway. Be cool if she was.
there.
Right.
There must be, there's got to be some evidence.
Right.
We just haven't found it yet.
Yes, that's
no closer now to the day all of this started about learning who really done it. Was Charlie killed with a 30-06?
JP Six Gunner. You're right about that, Bronson, taking the fight to them. I mean, that's what Charlie was good at. Like getting into the youth and getting them like hyped up, ready to go. You know what I mean? Changing their minds. You go out like debate. I know for me, debate is it's entertaining. I love watching debate. But for a lot of people, that changes a lot of people's minds. It really does. Debate content is a big thing in the culture, especially younger culture. And the way that like Charlie was just like, he wasn't the best debater ever, but Charlie had a way of debating that I believe resonated with youth really well. Granted, like somebody like an Andrew Wilson, there's a personality that's attracted to that style of debate. But I also liked the way that Charlie debated as well. It was like a softer side of debate. So he was trying to connect with the people that he was debating with, to where Andrew, his style is, I'm here to destroy this person. But I think you need both. And I don't know if anybody's filled that role that Charlie had. Charlie was a big deal. He really was. Absolutely. Yes, he was so calm. He was calm, collect, and he was good at sticking to the points. But then also like I think for the most part, the genuine people that came up to actually debate their ideas, and they weren't some of these content creators that were doing it for clicks, but the ones that actually believed and were genuinely there to debate their position, he listened to them. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just a different style altogether. Like I believe he made them feel somewhat respected and listened to. Like it wasn't just I mean, he had his moments where it was, I'm going to bury this libtard. But for the most part, like it was somebody who was genuinely listening and trying to explain to them how flawed their thinking was.
Or wasn't he? We're no closer to getting answers to any of those.
So back to my point is, who the hell are they going to get to fill that? Like the expectation is insane. But also, they need somebody there to do that, or I don't know that TPUSA makes it, because that was the main attraction to Turning Point USA.
Fucking questions from any of the supposed independent investigators who are always waiting on bated breath for the state to give them more information about. They literally wait all day long to argue about the efficacy of the state's case.
Our House 24, Charlie wasn't there to just win. He was trying to change minds. Well, he was taking the fight to these educational institutions that are creating psychotic left-wing people on the regular. He was combating that. Who else is doing that? As successfully as Charlie Kirk seemed to be doing at it. Who else? Who else is doing it? Nobody. So that's a big hit too, just in that sense. Lori Love for USA. I like Graham, but not for debating. He would end up ranting. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, I like Graham. Graham's not the one. Audrey Unfiltered. Dana and MGT are going at it on X. Good. Good. Oh man, I never liked Marjorie Taylor Greene. She seems so fake right out the gate. And then the whole Q stuff, I was like, get this stupid bee out of here. What is she doing? Awaken Media 6691 with the $20 super chat. Thank you. If you wanted to put a comment in there, feel free to just go ahead and comment in the chat. I will try to find it. If you just wanted to make a donation, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all that they do. So
Okay, so I'm assuming that he probably doesn't talk about Erica anymore. Yeah, I don't know. What are you going to do? It's hard to find somebody that you agree with on absolutely everything, but I don't necessarily disagree with his overall frustration. But I don't know that there's whatever. You know what I mean? I personally wouldn't have, even if I'm frustrated. I mean, I kind of am. I want TPUSA to fight. Go, do this. What are we doing? Right? But I'm also not going to talk about how her outfit was stupid. Like, I don't know what good that does.
In America, if he repeats them,
What lies?
he goes back to jail. You've believed his lies. And fall on you.
It's illegal
fall
for
on
him
you, Gavin.
to talk about that boy.
Fall on. No,
It's
it's not illegal.
illegal for him.
He lost.
Your
he lost.
elite, your
he
state,
lost a defamation
your deep state
case.
has made it illegal
He
for him
lost
to
a
discuss
defamation
the case.
case.
But that was a civil case, Piers.
You
It's a
literally
defamation
silenced
case.
him.
I rule 2530. Thank you for the $5 super chat. When you have time, check out Kazan Asidu. I think he has a temperament and intelligence to do the campus tours. The name scares me. Hang on one second. Does he just have like a bunch of clips and stuff? I'm not going to check him out right now. I kind of want to finish this Piers Morgan stuff, but that might be an idea to talk about on a later live. Oh, I think I've seen clips of him before. And he did a Piers Morgan. Wonder when the last one, this is from a year ago. Here's the problem, and this might sound effed up, so I apologize if I offend anybody with this. He's not white. I know that sounds messed up, and I could be way off, but I think that would be a problem. And it sucks. It sucks that I'm even saying that, right? Because it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be an issue. But I'm also not ignorant enough to think that that doesn't play a factor in today's society. So I hope I didn't offend anybody by that. I'm just looking at it from a societal point of view, and that sucks. And I think that would be an issue. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. Especially, no, I don't want to say especially with the youth today, man. Like, I don't know. I'm assuming a lot of you have kids, young boys. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much you talk to them or listen to them. But some of these young boys that I know. Oh. Lori, love for USA. I am colorblind. I totally get it. I understand. I definitely, I mean, I like jokes, but I like I'm not that. You know what I mean? But I understand how society works, and I understand what's really out there in reality. JP Six Gunner X4C, not offended, but why would it be a problem rather than an asset? Well, I'm not saying that it wouldn't necessarily be an asset, but it would have to be somebody else as well, because there's a certain amount of youth that maybe I'm wrong. That would be totally cool if I was just completely wrong. But when it comes to this realm, there's a bunch of youth that I think would just hold that against him. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm not saying that that there's not potential for it to be an asset. Candace Owens was an asset. You know what I mean? Hey, look how that turned out, right? Air Jeff, has Bronson had any bad takes tonight? I'm still trying to recover from last night. I didn't have any bad takes. No, I don't think so. Maybe. Probably. I think I just might have had one. Actually. Mama Owlbear with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Mama Owlbear. Nick Freitas has been going around college campuses with TPUSA and doing Change My Mind. They need to put the clips online. That's where they're failing. See, I had no idea. You are correct. They are failing miserably. Is he doing it? Maybe is he not doing a good job? Maybe he's not doing a good enough job for them to clip it and push it. Listen, the reality is, guys, is TPUSA is trying to find their way. There's no other explanation for it. They are trying to find their way. Whether they had a plan in place or not for if something happened to Charlie Kirk, that plan working is not a guarantee, right? You go back to somebody like Mike Tyson, preparing for everybody has a plan until they get hit in the face. Okay, well, TPUSA got hit in the face. And then they got hit in the face again and again and again. And they continue to get punched in the face pretty much on a daily basis. I'm assuming whatever the plan was for if something happened to Charlie Kirk didn't involve what we've seen happen. You know what I'm saying? How could you have possibly foreseen that would even be an issue that you would have to plan for? That somebody who you thought of as a friend was going to completely go on the attack and create a conspiracy theory and push a conspiracy theory that ended up leading to your wife being one of the prime suspects. Can't imagine there was a contingency plan built in for that one. Thank you for the super chat. MSM F Goonin 209, Steven Crowder. I don't think he would do it. I think Steven's happy where he's at, doing what he's doing. I wouldn't be opposed to that, to be honest with you. That's actually a really solid suggestion. Does he resonate with the youth as well as Charlie Kirk did? Would he resonate with the youth as well? He is kind of getting up there a little bit. And you know what else was really good about Charlie Kirk? There weren't any skeletons in his closet. You know what I mean? That dude was... Nobody's perfect. Charlie was all right. You know what I mean? Steven Crowder's got some baggage. But he's good at... Steven Crowder's pretty good at debate. So that's a really good suggestion. It wouldn't hurt. I don't think it would hurt. I just don't know if Steven would do it. Mama Owlbear, he's done a few. He has, not to mention, he has he's pretty much the one who started that whole showing up to college campuses and doing the prove me wrong thing. So yeah, he knows what to do there. Would he be as effective as Charlie Kirk? I mean, probably not, but it wouldn't hurt. I rule 2530 when he would team up with TPUSA occasionally. Right, but we're talking about like somebody actually trying to fill that role. And help TPUSA or pretty much sort of become a part of TPUSA and try to continue the growth, try to continue to grab that young person's attention.
You don't go to jail over losing civil cases.
Let me bring in Ashok here. Ashok, look, we're getting slightly sidetracked, but I do think the credibility of Tommy Robinson and the damage that he does in America about the reputation of this country and...
I don't think... Hold on, I'm going to pull this, Katie. I don't think Crowder can. Katie says Crowder is considering running for president. Not sure if he's serious. Isn't he Canadian? Wasn't he born Canadian? Am I wrong? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Or was he born in the U.S. and then lived in Canada? Or was raised in Canada? Oh, he was born in Detroit. Okay, so he was born in Detroit and then was raised in a suburb of Montreal. I mean, I wouldn't. He would need to renounce his Canadian citizenship. No, it says he was born in Detroit. Of course, this is AI, guys. I'm sorry. Let me double check. No, it says Wikipedia says he was born in Detroit, Michigan, so that would make him a U.S. born citizen. That would be, I would probably vote for Steven Crowder over JD Vance and Marco Rubio. That would be interesting.
London, all being overrun by Muslims, and everyone swallows it in America. They believe this bullshit that comes out of his mouth.
I'm from England, by the way. I was born in Hitchin.
Really?
Yes.
So have you ever been next to
Tommy?
Have you ever been to
I'm British.
Have you ever been to a Luton Town match?
Of course, yes, I have.
When?
With Tommy, and
Which
not one person in the stands lived in Luton at the time. They were all expats because they were driven out by Muslims.
Which game did you go
Luton
to?
Is a Muslim town today.
Which game did you go to?
I don't know.
Well, what year was
Some
it?
game.
What
I
year
with
was
Tommy.
it? What year was it?
It was 7 years ago.
Yeah. Which league were they in?
I don't like soccer. I'm a baseball guy.
I don't think you went,
But
did
I was
you?
there visiting Tommy, and I was alarmed
I think you're talking
you lost your sport.
I think you're talking claptrap. You never went to a game with at Luton with Tommy Robinson. All right, Ashok.
Look it up. It's on the internet.
I
I'm
really
there
just,
with
it's,
him.
as a, I was born and raised in
Air Jeff, bro, what's your deal with Rubio? It was a town hall. I forget what year it was. But he did a town hall. And I think it was something about the Second Amendment, something to do with all of the mass shootings. And he said something that I don't recall right off the top of my head, but I remember listening to it at the time and thinking, F this guy. And that is pretty much just what I've kept ever since then. Yeah. I'm if you even, what's the word I'm looking for? If you even teeter a little bit on 2A, like I'm out. I'm done. Don't care. Never going to vote for you again. Can't stand you. Get out of my face. I'm so Second Amendment absolutist. It's not even funny. And I can tell you why, because it's somebody who lost that right. I lost that right due to my own actions. Okay. But I lost that. I lived a really good chunk of my life without that right. Was finally able to get that right back. And anybody who wants to even come close to interfering with that right, like, I want you out of politics, period.
America.
I'm not like you. I don't lie.
I lived there for decades. I lived in London for...
Like, if you're a politician and somebody just brings up to you, what do you think of red flag laws? And you even hesitate to say no chance in hell, I'm done. I'm not listening to you anymore. You can kick rocks. Like, I was, when Donald Trump, in his first term, when he was sitting at the table, I forget who that old bag was, but when he was like, take the guns first, ask questions later, or whatever, it took me a minute to recover from that one. I'm not going to lie. I was like, okay, F this guy, I'm out. And then when he did the whole, was the bump stock thing, like, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. What are we doing? What are we doing? So, took me a minute. Camara 007, better Rubio than JD. I honestly don't know if there would, I really don't know if there would be much of a difference. As far as like policy goes, I don't know that there would be much difference between the two. I think that JD Vance does better with media. I think JD Vance does way better with debate. So, I mean, really, if we just assume for the moment that for the most part, the policies are going to look pretty similar between those two, I'm going with the guy who can handle media and debate better.
For 17 years now, this bizarre obsession with Americans have with London and saying it's overrun with Muslims is because America has a history of Jim Crow.
His views. Hold on. We got a Massey comment in here. Here we go. Nope, wrong one. I'm sorry. Oh no, that's the right one. Sierra J. Martinez. Oh, Bronson will eventually be all for Rubio. Has his views on Massey changed yet? I'm not like gung ho on Thomas Massey. Like I can take Massey or leave Massey. My biggest fear is that there's so much distaste and distrust built up with Thomas Massey that we're just go ahead, throw anybody else in there. And it turns out to be like a complete piece of garbage neocon boomer. Like I would rather have a Thomas Massey over a neocon boomer. That's just my biggest fear. I always get really nervous when we just like get to a point to where, you know what I mean? Like when I was on that live last night, it's like, well, I was asking Jared and Gary, like, who's the guy that's looking to replace him? And then it's like, well, I don't know. Like, that's a problem. Why don't we know? I want to know. I want to know everything about this guy. Because if we're going to kick, like you know what I mean? Massey is the devil that we know. Who's the devil that we don't know? And I don't want to just throw the devil that we don't know in there because, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? So it's not like I'm all gung ho on Thomas Massey or anything. I could take Massey or like if you put anybody who's a constitutionalist but isn't Thomas Massey, like go ahead, throw him in there. I just don't want to like end up replacing him with somebody who's not good, like worse.
Segregation, the ghetto, something Britain hasn't experienced and London hasn't experienced. After the war ended, they spread out council estates across the city. It's the only city in the world that does that.
Eclectic Journalist, I will be awake till I finish editing, creating the YouTube stuff, and uploading this Candace series, episode 10. If you guys have not checked out Eclectic Journalist's series on Candace, you absolutely should. Like, the deep dive that she's doing on Candace is the one I thought, who's that kid's name? Joshua Carr. I know some of you like Joshua. It's fine. I don't hate Joshua Carr. I was just hoping for something better. But Eclectic is actually doing that thing. So definitely go check out Eclectic Journalist.
It's one of the most, we might have a little bit of segregation, one of the most desegregated cities in the world. It's something we should be proud of. And they can't stand it. They don't understand it. They can't explain it. They're like, why isn't it more like America?
Ashok, it's not.
Eclectic Journalist, I think it should be up to Kentucky because it's their rep. Well, people outside of Kentucky can't legally vote, right? They can donate money to the campaign. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think I'm okay with it because if there's somebody, you know what I mean? Like granted it's a state, but we're still a country, and who gets elected in certain states still can affect us in different states. I think I'm okay with out-of-state donors. You know what I mean? Especially if you live in a stupid state, right? Out-of-state donors is probably a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? If you live in like an all-blue state and you've got a pretty solid Republican running, but there's just not enough Republican support to even get close to being able to match the campaign of their Democratic opposition or their Democrat opposition, you want them to, you know what I mean? So you should be able to take out-of-state donations so you can try to get them to compete. So I think I'm okay with that.
Right, though.
I just think
multiculturalism coupled with mass migration.
These are just buzzwords. We're talking about the empirical evidence.
No.
America's a segregated society. London is not as segregated, anywhere near as segregated.
We have got segregation right across the United Kingdom. We have got
nothing like America. Nothing like America.
Maybe.
The evidence.
Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Like I get this, like I totally get this humor, but I also kind of agree with it. Oh no, did I lose it? Did I lose it? Right here. Neptune. We probably need a dictator. As long as the dictator we get agrees with everything I agree with, I'm all for it.
But I don't aspire to make the position worse in the United Kingdom.
That's the problem with a dictator, right?
Why are these European settlers of America complaining about immigration?
Can I just finish my point? What we've got in the United Kingdom is lots of different cultures imported into this country, not homegrown, not part of traditional British culture, having a protected blanket put around them, being celebrated and promoted with our British culture being set aside. And
I was never a fan of George W. Bush, old Jubya, but I think his best comment that he ever made was, this would be much easier if it was a dictatorship, just so long as I was the dictator. Like... I get it. I get it.
These people are operating often in cultural silos, absolutely at odds even with each other. So, for example, when there was a cricket match, Piers, I know you're a cricket fan. Yeah. When there was a cricket match between Pakistan and India, rival groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester went to war against each other over a cricket match where England...
Can I ask Ben? Hang on.
That is a cultural...
You make that a cultural thing.
Ben, am I right? Hang on, please.
That's a cultural breakdown in the United Kingdom.
Hang on, please. Ben, am I right in thinking that all your family then were all homegrown, going back centuries?
No, I'm not suggesting that for a moment.
Where were they from?
No, the key thing...
Well, hang on. Where were they from?
My father's Pakistani. My mother is English.
So none of your family are homegrown?
Why are me and Ben fighting right now?
Apparently they were compatible.
How I feel like I want to fight Ben right now.
Can I just say,
how extraordinary that someone whose fathers are Pakistani is preaching to us about the need for everyone to be homegrown?
I'm not.
What are you talking about?
I never.
he's talking about assimilation.
I have to America.
Assimilation.
Okay, don't all talk at once.
You've accused me of saying people have to be homegrown. That is.
Pierce has great guests and great topics, but he needs a mute button. He loves the yelling and screaming, but it gets old. I hate the Jerry Springer vibe, Air Jeff. Yeah, you know, dude, I agree with you on that. I think he does need a mute button. I don't think he ever will. But I agree. I think that would make a tremendous difference on his show.
Completely wrong.
You literally just said it.
No, what I said was we need cultural assimilation. We need
homegrown was your phrase, not mine.
No, I didn't say homegrown.
You did say homegrown.
I never said homegrown.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to play it back to you. Okay, let's get the clip.
Context.
Get me the clip, and when it's ready, we'll play it back. You said homegrown.
What we have set aside, in the United Kingdom is a homogeneous, settled British culture. Because we have practiced mass migration from cultures that are different to ours, and we've protected and promoted them.
Like Pakistan?
Including Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, North Africa.
Is your father still alive?
My father is still alive.
Okay, you're going to send him home?
No, it's not a matter of deporting everyone who is not...
What is it then?
It is a matter of having cultural homogeneity. So we are settled as
your father wouldn't be from cultural homogeneity.
But the Unite the Kingdom march.
Why wouldn't you deport your father?
Because I'm not going to deport people who are perfectly law-abiding and respect.
So as long as it's members of Ben Habib's family, they don't get deported.
This is so.
But if it's anybody else from Pakistan, they all get sent home.
What we need in this country is a reversal of mass migration, and we need British culture, including our Christian constitutional and cultural roots, to be put first and foremost at the heart of our cultural settlement.
Ben,
this is where
Christian?
this country...
Is your father Christian?
My father is not... He's not really religious. He's drunk all his life as a Muslim.
Wow.
As a Muslim?
As a Muslim...
Your father's a Pakistani Muslim, but you want people to be homegrown Christians.
I didn't say homegrown Christians. I didn't say homegrown.
You did say homegrown, by the way.
How do you guys not see that modern Muslims are not assimilating in Britain? How do you not see that?
Hang on. No. Just to be clear, technically we can't play it back while we're filming the show.
Okay.
However, we will be posting the clip afterwards.
Great.
I'll give you one last chance, Ben Habib, to admit that you used the phrase homegrown.
If I used it...
Yeah.
Air Jeff, Been watching for 15 minutes and Andrew hasn't spoken. He spoke earlier. He said some things. He hasn't really said much since.
I did not use it in the sense that you have to be born and
you have to be
of ancestral
here.
British lines. If I used it, I used it in a...
Listen, and to their defense, that's a big word. You know what I mean? Things are a little heated. That's a hard word.
a cultural context to emphasize the point that we need a settlement in this country. Can I just say one last thing? The government of this country defines cultural nationalism as being far right. You can go to the government website. It defines cultural nationalism as being far right. In order to have a society, in order to have a nation, you need a common culture. And in order to believe in, if we believe in our common culture, a British culture, we are now.
Lori Love for USA. I'm going to have to call it a night. Great work. I appreciate you, kiddo. Hey, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Now defined as far right.
You're the son of a Pakistani Muslim, for God's sake.
What
are you talking about, man?
My mother is white, English. Her
so
father,
she's okay?
No.
But your dad isn't?
And I'm okay. And anyone who
What
loves
does your
this
dad
country,
say about this claptrap?
He's absolutely with me.
Really?
As are many,
he thinks
many...
all Pakistani Muslims should be sent home, does he?
I never said that, Piers. You're talking not.
AM in the house. Hey, when did you get here? Ben and I were just talking about you earlier today, wondering where you been. What are you doing? Everything okay? Good to see you. Neptune BB 369. Gavin is Bay. Yeah, I like Gavin. I've always liked Gavin. Wish he would have had a better lawyer, though, for his defamation case. If you know, you know.
You said we should have homegrown people in this country.
No, I'm afraid you've hijacked the whole debate.
I'm afraid you did.
You wish to racialise it.
Oh, my God, man. You're the one that used the phrase homegrown.
I am talking about cultural homogeneity, assimilation of foreign cultures into this country if they wish to come here. Otherwise, if you don't buy into what...
Who is that woman? I don't know, some libtard.
What it means to be British. You don't like what it means to be British. You don't like Christianity. Leave the country. It's fine.
But this is what's been said for going on a century now. This is what they said to the Italians.
TX Motherbird says, has anybody heard from Khan? No, I haven't. You've been here all night? Have I just missed things that you've said? Tell me that you haven't been chatting much. And no, I have not heard from Khan. I have no idea what's going on with Khan. Maybe Khan just needed a mental break, which is understandable.
Who first came here in the 20s. This is what they then said to the Windrush generation who came here in the 60s and built the entire underground network in London, might I just add. What?
That's not true.
What?
They did not build Britain. They were temporary laborers. They did not build Britain. That's an old trope that's got to go. Look, you morons, you people are racist.
They did build it.
Blend in beautifully with Britain. Hindus assimilate beautifully. Every other culture assimilates beautifully, but modern
He just
Islam
said that the Hindus
is
got
not
into a row
assimilated.
over cricket.
And Luton is a perfect example of that. You elites don't go to these countries. And May 16th
What do you
is
mean by
anti-you.
elite, by the way?
May
What do you
16th
mean
is
by elite?
anti-peers.
Who's elite here?
I mean you. If you don't think that Britain has a Muslim problem today, you're an elite and you don't travel and you don't know working class people and you've never been to
You've
Luton
no
Town,
idea
and
who
you've never
I
been
hang
to
out
Birmingham,
with.
and
You
you've
haven't
never
got a
been to
clue,
Rotherham.
man.
Go there. Use your eyeballs.
You haven't got a clue what I do or who I see. Have you?
Oh,
You're
I
just
know.
spouting,
If you don't think
you're
that
just
Luton is
spouting
gone,
nonsense.
you haven't been. You have not been to Luton if you think it exists today. It is a fifth post. It is a Muslim city. It is over. It's gone. It's been written off. It's a Muslim outpost.
A Muslim outpost. Wow.
Go there. You can't arrest a Muslim there, or they'll take over the police
When were you
station and
last
put them
in
out of jail.
Luton?
The cops
When were you
don't
last
arrest them
there? When were you last there?
5 years ago.
Oh, it was
I'm
seven.
close with Tommy
You said
Robinson.
7 a minute ago. Which one is it?
Every year. I was at the Unite the Right rally, too. I'm British, you morons.
You're British?
Yes. My mother
why are you
used to shop in
occupying
Luton.
America?
And it
What's
was
your
all
citizenship?
British, American, Canadian.
You can't be three. You have to be dual national.
That's also a myth,
You don't have
dumb
three
bitch.
passports.
Whoa, what did you call
yes,
her?
you can.
What did you
Of course
call
you
her?
can. I called her a dumb bitch.
Well, can you apologize, please?
The look that Andrew gave on that's priceless. Hold on, can I go back?
I can.
You don't have three. You
Just
can't
watch
be three.
Andrew's
You have to be
face.
dual national.
That's also a myth.
You don't have
dumb
three
bitch.
passports.
Whoa, what did you call
yes,
her?
you can.
What did you
Of course
call
you
her?
can. I called her a dumb bitch.
Well, can you apologize, please?
Sorry, that was a bad word. I
Thank
lost
you.
my
I
temper.
appreciate that.
Yeah, it is actually. I just think, why would you do that?
I got mad. I used a swear word.
You just use a disgusting phrase to a woman.
Oh, God. Here comes Piers with his pearl clutching. Oh, you're too terrible person, you. You terrible person. You used a swear word against a woman.
Have you not been in an argument before? You use swear words in an argument. We're going to dwell on this like you dwelled on homegrown and ignored what's really going on here, which is
I tend to pick up on things. I think what people say, particularly when they get angry, can be very enlightening. Very enlightening.
I've got to watch this back because I did not use it in any context.
Well, I'll bet you your entire net.
He's got his just in cases. True. I need to get some backup countries.
Worth you use that phrase.
You're
going to take the bet?
Not in
You're going to take the bet?
Oh my God,
Not, yes or no?
Not in a
Yes
racial
or no?
sense. Not in a
it
racial
absolutely
sense.
was.
If I used
in
it,
a racial
it was in a
context.
cultural sense.
Oh no, it was in a racial context.
No, I don't.
'Cause
I'm brown. I'm brown. Turkeys don't vote for Christmas.
Oh no, we found out what you are, which made it all the more baffling why you would use phrases like that.
It's perfectly clear what I am.
Are you calling a Pakistani a racist to Pakistanis?
Yeah. And this is the point about.
And I don't think I wonder if Andrew even talks anymore on this panel. It looks to me like he's just enjoying the show.
The United Kingdom march. Everyone wants to class the United Kingdom march as racist. Actually,
I haven't said that.
People do say it. They say
I haven't
racist.
said that.
People do
You
say
call
it.
Tommy Robinson a
They say
racist.
it's far right. It's racist. It's a bunch of white people who just want to deport everyone. It's rubbish. I spoke at the 13th of September. There were lots of different ethnicities present, but they had one thing in common. They love this country. They love its history.
Okay,
they love
we've now
its
got
culture.
the clip. Let's play it.
Yeah.
Finally.
What we've got in the United Kingdom is lots of different cultures imported into this country, not homegrown. The cultures are not homegrown. The cultures are not homegrown. That's the point.
Yeah.
The cultures are not homegrown.
Yeah,
I did
exactly,
not
I
use
got
it
you
in a
there.
racist sense.
You assured me you didn't use it at all.
The cultures were. Go and play the clip again. The cultures were not homegrown.
Play it again.
I didn't say
White
play it
people
again.
calling a
Play it
brown guy
again.
racist. That's what Britain has become.
Let me go to Andrew. Let me go to Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Andrew.
He is actually correct here, Piers. He said the cultures are not homegrown. So he's saying that these are foreign cultures which are coming
Absolutely.
in.
Thank you.
That's literally the context of that clip.
Right. But his own father is a Pakistani Muslim. So his culture is not homegrown. So my point is,
Well,
he's a
there's two-
flaming hypocrite. And he
Well,
doesn't
that's
want
not
his
his-
dad deported,
No, that's
obviously,
not his culture,
because it's his
but that's
dad.
not his culture.
He just wants other
Wait, his father
Pakistani
is
Muslims
assimilated.
thrown out.
I've never advocated for mass deportations of people who belong in this country, who buy into this country, love this country, are prepared to die for this country. I've got no issue with people like that. The people I've got problems
Nobody
with,
does.
who bring antithetical ideologies to this country and cause us.
The S-Files, this is better than, by far. I thought they were going to, all they talked about was that stupid joke. What a waste of time. So many better things to talk about. That was a bummer. Especially with that panel, with a Dave Smith and bummer.
Wish us harm, wish our wives, our daughters harm, and wish to set us aside. I've got a real issue with that.
And what cultures are they?
Their cultures, they are muscular.
Name one.
Well, let me tell you, it's far more nuanced than you might like to think, because you want to have a head-on, absolute head-butting
Just name one.
exercise.
Name one.
But if you take lots of people in, for example,
Name
as
one.
this country...
From where?
If you take lots of people in from places like the depths of Punjab, the depths of Swat, the depths of Kashmir, and who haven't had a they haven't had a brush.
So from where your father came from,
they haven't had a brush. My father is an educated man. He got a PhD at King's College in London.
So which part of Pakistan is he from?
He's from Punjab, but he was educated.
So the depths of Punjab.
If you go to the depths of Punjab, you might find this funny.
Is he from the depths of Punjab?
If you import barbarians who are not even
from the barbarians from the depths of Punjab, where your own father comes from.
You're determined to overspeak me and not let me finish my point. If you import barbarians
from the depths of Punjab,
who are not even welcome in polite Pakistani.
But it's a more depth overall subject than just a joke. The Eclectic Journalist says they're only talking about homegrown on here. It's a fair point.
Society. If you welcome them into British society and you put a protective blanket around them like we have with progressive discrimination, you are going to damage this country, and that is what we
have done. There is something utterly ridiculous about you taking this strong principled stand against people coming from the depths of Punjab
we have barbarians
when your own father comes from
Pakistanis that don't
Punjab.
assimilate. His father assimilated. This is a
How
red
do you know
herring.
his father
We're
assimilated?
talking about assimilation.
You don't know his father.
Cloudy PDX. Pierce really took the piss out of Candace when she was on his show. I love Pierce. I don't care what anybody says. That to this day has been the only pushback Candace has received in any interview that she's done. And it makes perfect sense why after that she has clearly made the decision to not debate this with anybody, because she couldn't even handle Piers Morgan. Like, Piers destroyed her. And Piers, yeah.
Islam is not assimilating in Britain. It's incongruous.
Actually,
in fact, it's in the business plan. It's in the Quran. It says don't assimilate.
Actually, I'll bring Ashok in here. My understanding is that the vast majority of the 5 million Muslims in our country do assimilate quite happily. And there are some who don't. And there are some, by the way, from
the ones who don't are raping your
Neptune, so many things could have been asked. No, I agree. I definitely agree. But just the little bit of pushback that Pierce did had her flailing all over the place. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making, is that Piers Morgan was able to rattle her cage. There's a reason she's not having debates with anybody.
Every other form of immigrants in our country.
Do you agree that
don't
assimilation
assimilate
is important? Do you agree that assimilation?
I think it would be nice if everybody assimilated. Yes, I would
like
like.
Yeah, I forgot all it. God, that was so long ago. Good point. I rolled that in the CNN interview. Yeah, that same thing. Same thing. That libtard CNN interview person just completely rattled her cage and punked her out. I thought they were Discord messages, that text messages. Like, what? No, that clearly stated multiple times in the charging documents. The governor, like, it was clearly stated those were text messages, not Discord messages.
That's the point. We're not assimilating.
You're not going to get to assimilation by branding people who come from where your father comes from a bunch of barbarians.
The ones that we are importing
is important.
No, it is, and I'm using it advisedly because we are taking people who are barbarians into this country.
But Ben,
if you think,
I don't know that your dad's not a barbarian, and the people who are going on that Unite the Kingdom.
I want to interview your father.
They will be racist.
I want to interview your father, see which depth of Punjab he came from, and whether he's barbarian.
You love my father.
Why are we denying
Andrew and
this
Gavin
Muslim
are
problem? I don't get
advocating
it.
for not separating, making a difference. They're saying deport all the Muslims. So there's a distinction here. And they're saying, oh, actually, a majority of Britain.
And Candace has avoided any further interviews since. 100%. I don't foresee her doing any interviews that she doesn't have control over anytime soon. Not even close. Eclectic Journalist, video is done with editing, on to rendering now. The fun part, hurry up and wait. Cloudy PDX, loving this chat right now. Thanks, Base Bronson, you demand. I agree. You guys make chats so fun. I'm not going to lie. You are 90% of the reason I even bother doing this, just because of how entertaining the chat is. How do you know your dad isn't a barbarian? Oh dear. Yeah, great point.
Wants that. There's no evidence of that. We've just had an election, and Ben represents probably the most right-wing party in the country.
We are going to have.
And he
hang on, let me
get any numbers.
That's a solid. I don't know. Did the full CNN interview actually come out? I don't remember if that was like behind a paywall, but enough of the clips came out to where you got a pretty good idea of how bad that interview was for Candace Owens. CNN girl even tried to tell her about her rhetoric being lowbrow, but Candace didn't get it. Yeah, no, Candace. Mama Albert Bronson, did you see the Victor Marks clip where a guy tries to hit him with the Candace Owens and Corby Hall lies in a town hall, and Victor does amazing at the end of the confrontation? Guy shakes Vicks. I did not. I must be slacking on my internet drama here. If you, Mama Albert, if you still have my email, or if you want to hit me up on X, shoot that over, please, if you would. If you get, whenever you get time, you don't have to do it right now.
Doesn't want to
any
change.
support for what they're advocating.
Yeah.
There's no Democratic mandate to deport Ben's father, even though Ben insists he doesn't want to be deported.
My poor
Andrew
father.
and Gavin have just said they want Ben's father to be deported. Andrew, do you think that Ben's father should be deported in the way you suggested when you first spoke?
Gavin, should he?
Obviously not. We're talking about assimilation.
You said all the Muslims should be
did
deported.
assimilate. When Pakistanis first started coming to Britain.
Air Jeff said Pierce had videos ready for Candy EI. His producer was on point. Yeah, they were. Pierce did a good job. He didn't even really have to try. Like that. That's how pathetic Candace was.
It was working out, but
That's the
something
point.
changed in the past 10 years.
That's
I don't
the
know,
point.
maybe because they got more than 10% in certain neighborhoods, and now it is not working. And I don't get how you can't recognize that. That's why Unite the Right had 3 million people. That's why
They
May
didn't have
16th
3
is going to
million
have more.
people.
Because
They had
everyone else can see.
150,000
You guys can't
maximum.
see. How do you not
They
see
had
it?
150,000 maximum people
Were
there.
you there, Piers?
I
Were you
know.
there?
Well, let me tell you.
Look at
I
the
know.
helicopter. That's
I
why
know the
Tommy got a
biggest.
helicopter,
I can
by the
tell
way,
you the
'cause he knew
biggest
you would
march.
say that.
I can tell you the biggest march in this country's history was in 2003. It was the march against the Iraq War. I know about it because I was leading the campaign against the Iraq War, and most of them were carrying Daily Mirror, the paper I ran, placards saying no war. And it was the biggest march, and it was dwarfed.
It was
Tommy
Tommy's
Robinson
march,
marches
and the elites
by
lie,
about
and
12
the
to
media
1.
lies.
It is complete
May 16th
bullshit.
is
But
probably gonna be
you
4
again have
million.
believed
It's gonna
Tommy
be bigger.
Robinson, who says 3 million people came to his march. It is bullshit. Utter bullshit.
I tell you, it's equally
That's why he
bullshit
got a
to say it was
helicopter to show you.
150,000.
But okay, let me just make my
Meant to
point.
admit
Hang on one second. Hang on one second. I want to make a point wider about the rally, though. I think people in this country are.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Candace either. I wasn't a real big fan of Candace to begin with. I didn't dislike Candace. I understood what was going on there, right? But Charlie was my best friend, so I'm going to completely destroy his wife. And if they don't get rid of Erica Kirk, I'm going to destroy his entire company. Like, that's what's going on. She wants somebody else in there, right? Clearly. And if she doesn't if Candace doesn't get her way, she's just going to destroy the whole thing. She's a brat.
Perfectly entitled to demonstrate peacefully. I think there's nothing intrinsically wrong with people attending the Tommy Robinson March if they wish to do that. Most of them do so completely
Why'd you tell
peacefully.
Glenn Beck not to go?
Hang on, I haven't finished speaking yet. Most of them do so peacefully. That's fine with me, right? If you want to lasso your horse next to Tommy Robinson, absolutely fine with me. But be very cognizant of the kind of person he really is.
I don't know. That's a really good question. Hang on one second. I don't know. The future says, why does Pierce hate Tommy Robinson so much? I don't know. I don't know. Is he afraid of maybe being canceled or something if he gives any type of support? I don't understand how Pierce kind of doesn't agree with these people like Tommy Robinson. Like, you're totally okay with, or just denying that what's happening over there is even happening. Just like, no, it's not. It's not even that bad. Everybody's making a big to-do about nothing. Like, are you really? You sure? You know, this stuff doesn't just happen overnight. It's a slow process. They play the long game. You sure, Pierce, nothing's happening over there? Like he can't be that ignorant.
Not the ridiculous caricature he presents of himself in the United States, which is causing this country's reputation a lot of harm because you're all falling for it. I can tell you, if you walk through London, any part of London, you're not getting a sense of it being overrun by anybody. London is a great, vibrant
It's not British.
city. You're not here.
It's not British anymore.
How do you
London's
know?
gone.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in New York City. I was
New
just
York
in
City.
London. I was there for
I was
Good
in
Night
New
to
York
Right.
City. I go there all the time. I love New York City.
I've been
New
going
York
to Britain my
City's
whole life.
New York
and
City's
London
crime.
does not
New
feel
York
like
City's
Britain.
crime.
You know what London feels like? It
Your
feels like an
crime rate
airport.
is immeasurably
Everyone is
worse than
tangentially
London's.
related to the town.
Right.
No one's British there anymore.
Your crime
pubs
rate
are
in New
dying,
York
too.
is
Pubs are being
immeasurably.
replaced with
You
mosques.
have immeasurably more serious crime in New York than we do in London. Why is that? If we're being overrun.
Well, I don't think you want to go near that third rail, but it has to do with race.
In New York?
Yes.
Well, do explain.
Well, we have a major crime problem in this country and in New York City because blacks and browns are on welfare and they're addicted to crack and they have guns because we have a socialist Muslim mayor who's letting them do whatever they want. It's sort of like London, but you guys have knives, we have guns. Guns kill more people. And when Mamdani allows them to do whatever they want and lets them out on bail
Mamdani's
and
been
doesn't
in charge
prosecute any
for
criminals,
a few months.
we have total anarchy.
New York,
So we're
last time I checked,
experiencing
has had a
Muslim
more
problem for the first time ever. We got our own Sadiq Khan now.
Mamdani has been mayor for a few months, right? New York City has had a far higher serious crime rate than London throughout my entire adult life. What are you talking about? And you've had white mayors and Christian mayors.
We've had socialist mayors. We've had one right-wing mayor, Giuliani, and that's when there was no crime in New York.
Of course there was
Before and
crime
after
in
that,
New York.
it's
What are
been
you talking
affirmative
about?
action socialism.
Of course there was crime in New York under Giuliani.
No, Giuliani, our annual murder rate went from 2,000 to 300 with Giuliani. Thousands of lives
sounds like
were
a crime
saved
rate to
because
me.
we got a right-wing person. Under David Dinkins in 92, it was brutal, and we're getting back there now. But we have a socialism problem in New York City, and you guys have a socialism and a Muslim problem. And now we're experiencing both with our new...
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
The point I was going to make about the United Kingdom march, now let me bring Andrew back in here. I don't pretend for a moment that we have not had a poor record in controlling immigration to this country this century, right? We have had two problems. One, we've had the issue of small boats coming over the channel from France, which has been completely uncontrolled. And we've had between 40 and 60,000 people a year coming in illegally. And once they get here, it's almost impossible to send them anywhere else. And so they've been put up in hotels at expense to the taxpayer. It's caused a lot of social anger and...
I rule 20. Yeah, that's real. That is absolutely real. Giuliani was amazing. The before and after can't be argued. Piers can admit that, yes, the crime rate dropped under Rudy. That's crazy. It's crazy what happens when you have somebody who enforces the law. It's wild, isn't it?
Unrest, and it should have been tackled years ago. We've also had a massive issue with legal migration.
So I think I was talking on the phone with Jay Witt earlier today. By the way, I don't know if you guys are up to date. Everything went well with Jay Witt and his mother. Her surgery went well. She's got a fantastic new working shoulder. But we were having a discussion earlier today, sort of about this, and he made a point, or he had like a theory of kind of what was going on when it comes to these big cities like New York and all of these blue places that are like, it seems like they're trying to push people out. I'm not going to take his theory. I will let you guys wait for that. But whenever he does his live next, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he brings that up. So you guys should definitely check that out. Sorry, I'm going to leave you hanging, but it's his theory. I don't want to steal his thunder.
Where under Tony Blair, a Labour Prime Minister, but also then fueled by successive Conservative Prime Ministers, we have allowed two.
Is Andrew not allowed to smoke on Piers' podcast? Smokey Man always smokes. No, I think he does. I just don't know. I know there was one time he was on Piers and somebody was saying, what happened? Did somebody tell you can't smoke on Piers? And he was like, no, I just was out of cigarettes. So that I don't know if that's the case here or if he just doesn't feel like he wants to have one yet. Or the S-Files, New York is one city in the U.S. Pierce, we are taking. Yeah, we're talking about an entire right. Nikki for Freedom, clickbait Bronson. No, it's an interesting theory. Like I'm not just setting you, I'm not. I would tell you because of how interesting of a theory it is, but I'm not going to take that. So you're going to have to watch Jay Witt.
Too many people to come into the country legally with too many dependents. I don't think these things are contestable. They're just a reality of what we've done in this country. But the narrative that we are being overrun by Muslims is untrue. And that is also, I think, a demonstrable fact in this country. And I'm just concerned that the problem with Robinson is that he spews.
Cloudy PDX, I have no sympathy for people who voted for Mamdani. This is where I struggle because I do have sympathy for, like really stupid people. It's not their fault. It's just not their fault. Some of them, they just don't have the mental capacity to understand some things. And I feel bad that they're being exploited and taken advantage of. A little. A little.
All this stuff all the time. If you look at his social media feed, the only crimes he focuses on are crimes perpetrated by Muslims. And yet the vast majority... Hang on, Gavin. Talking to Andrew. And yet the vast majority of crime in the UK is committed by white people, including sexual crime.
This is Neptune coming in. The majority of our country is actually literally dumb. I know it's scary because I am aware of how dumb I am. And then I go online and I see that it's filled with people who are dumber than me, like a lot. And that is terrifying. Terrifying.
Including race.
We have a serious self-awareness problem in this country.
Including the vast majority of crime is done by white people.
Yeah, but
you'll never believe that looking at Tommy Robinson's feed because he only focuses on Muslim crime.
Well, hang on. When you say that there's various stats which are misleading, Gavin did ask a pertinent question. When you say that most crime is committed by white people, well, it should be. That's that's still the dominant racial element in England. What about per capita, meaning per proportion?
But my question...
Hang on, real quick. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Is there a disproportionate amount of crime?
Yeah, it's not good. Me too. I just became aware I'm a genius in today's standards. Yeah, idiocracy is such... Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Self-awareness is an instant gratification problem. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a really big one. The I want what I want when I want it now, that's a problem. You are not dumb. Oh, trust me. Trust me. That is not an, I am aware. I am dumb. And that's okay. Because I'm still smarter than a whole lot of other people. I would be willing to bet I'm probably dumber than most of the people that are in the comment section right now. I would be just fine betting on that, without question.
From these immigrants in comparison to the domestic population? That's his question. I think it's valid.
Specifically child rape.
Well, actually, the vast majority of child rape is perpetrated in the UK by white people.
Not asking about that.
Per capita.
We're asking about.
Okay, but why does Tommy?
I mean, and it's really hard. You know, it's a really good way to argue with somebody. You just hit them with the listen. I know I'm stupid, and you are incredibly stupid. How do you combat that? Really, nothing you can say. It's like a checkmate.
Robinson, I don't know the per capita number. I'll get it while we're talking.
85% of gang rapes in this country are perpetrated by South Asian men, according to the Quillian report of 2017.
Well, actually, they were British Pakistani men, to be specific, in parts of
South Asian.
Mama Owlbear. I've dealt with dumb. I worked at the welfare department for 15 years. there's a difference between dumb and being mentally incapable, I think, to be fair. Like I said, when it comes to welfare, I've always had, because there are people who genuinely mentally cannot function as a normal person. They just can't. They just don't have it, right? So when it comes to welfare, like, I think we need it. The problem with welfare is that it's obviously being and has been abused for a really long time. And that needs to stop.
Parts of the north of England, right?
Kashmir, which was, Pakistan.
Yeah, from Mirpur, mostly from Mirpur.
That's what the rally's about on May 16th.
But my point, Andrew, is...
It's the per capita rally.
My point to Andrew is it helpful that...
I have to comment on this. The S-Files, you don't come off as dumb, you have common sense, which isn't common anymore. That's a really terrible line to have to meet to just be considered not dumb. Like, oh, do you have common sense? Okay, you're not stupid. Like, that's bad. We're in a bad spot when that's the bar. That, you know what I mean? It's not good. That's not good. Piers is getting cooked with that. Yeah, Piers is like, he is getting cooked.
Tommy Robinson
Big
only
time.
fuels a narrative that all the crimes are being committed by Muslims when they're not.
Kathleen Williams. I guess I'm not the only one who struggles with low self-esteem. No, listen, I have a pretty high. I'm just because I am aware does not mean that I have low self-esteem. It's totally cool to be completely self-aware and just accept things, right? Like, you know what? I am not a hyper intelligent person. I'm just not. And that's okay. But I still like me. You know what I mean? I still have a decent sense of self-esteem.
I'm not convinced that that's actually accurate. So it seems I've watched a few of the Robinson debates, and he tends to focus on disproportionate crime.
Dumb people watching dumb podcasters. Welcome to the internet. Yes, absolutely. That's the spirit, eclectic journalist, and you probably are.
Rates, what Gavin's talking about here, which is per capita. He's saying that disproportionate to the domestic population that's here, these people are overwhelmingly committing these types of sex crimes. That doesn't sound to me like he's trying to pin everything on Muslims, but rather point out an individualistic and precise problem.
So we have we have the data for you. The arrest rate.
Okay, I got to push back on this, obscure moderator. I've got to push back. We're all tards watching the slightly smarter tard. That is incorrect. Sometimes we are watching the slightly smarter tard. But other times we are watching the more tarded tard. I'll let you fill in the blank on who I'm talking about.
Rates by ethnicity per 1,000 people for the year ending March 2025. Black, 19 arrests per 1,000 people. White, 10 arrests per 1,000 people. Asian, 9 arrests per 1,000 people.
Yeah, now
that's not actually answering the question.
Okay, so now you want to narrow it down again and again and again.
Piers.
Okay, you asked me to give you.
What a weird side to pick.
The pro
You're mad at
rata
the guy
numbers.
who's trying to stop child rape.
Sorry?
You're mad at the guy who's trying to stop child rape.
No,
and you're calling him racist.
I'm not.
While
and as
thousands
I said,
of girls are getting raped.
But again,
they nailed a girl's tongue to a piece of wood as they raped her.
Gavin,
they raped her under the Pakistani flag.
You said this the other day.
Branding girls M for Muhammad with a hot M.
Gavin, I have repeatedly said that where I agree with Tommy Robinson has been on his relentless campaigning against the grooming rape gangs in the north of England.
That's all he cares about.
Hang on, no,
that's
not all. It's not all he
Robinson.
It's not. If only it was all he cares about.
That's literally the entire thing that Tommy Robinson is trying to prevent. He's trying to get rid of that. What is Piers talking about? Am I wrong? Hasn't that been Tommy's whole thing? Is they have these people who are not culturally assimilating. Oh, and they're doing grape gangs. That's been like his whole thing, right? You know, I haven't thought about Project Constitution today, and well, it doesn't appear that I made it. So thank you, AM. Now I have thought about Project Constitution, and my day is worse off for it. I mean, if you want to talk about somebody who has absolutely no self-awareness, and this is a problem with a lot of these like successful podcasters who are completely retarded, is that they're so stupid that they don't care. They don't care. They just do it. Like, I would be so embarrassed to be Project Constitution and do what he's doing. And he doesn't care because he's just too stupid and has zero self-awareness. Like, I'm almost kind of jealous. Imagine being that free.
But it's not. But the point is, he claims he was the only one who ever exposed this, that the journalists of this country never exposed it. And yet it was exposed originally by a journalist from the Times newspaper. It was a literal journalist who blew the lid off that whole scandal. Tommy Robinson has been right to focus on the cover-ups.
Yeah. LOL, I think that guy's actually mentally disabled. Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. I think there is absolutely something wrong with him, but I think he's functional enough to not be, you know what I mean? Like there's like that line as far as IQ goes to where you're just above the mental retardation line. Like he's like right there. He's right there. So he's free game. Fuck him.
Which was
try not to
scandalous
swear,
and
guys.
outrageous. And I completely agree with him, as I would say to his face, as I've told him on social media.
Covered it up. You know why? Because you would rather let little girls get raped than be known as racist.
Why do you
All
say
you care
things like
about
that?
is your
It's
status.
Why would you say such a ridiculous
and
thing?
racist is the worst thing you can be, so you allow girls to get raped.
Why would you say
so
such
you
a
can
stupid
maintain your
thing?
status. It's demonic is what it is.
Yeah, no lies detected there. Gavin just cooked them. Just cooked them. You're more worried about being labeled as racist to the point that you're just going to be okay with these people coming into your country and doing this shit. He just cooked them. Done. And they're, oh, why would you say that? Why would you believe that about? Because that's what you're doing. That's what your actions are doing. What do you mean? He nailed it.
Calling you guys demons.
Really?
You hid child
But you
rape
sound
while
completely
hanging on your
unhinged,
status.
ironically,
That's
yourself.
what May 16th is about.
You sound unhinged.
So they make up 4%
I
of
am
the
unhinged.
population, but make up 18% of all the people jailed, Piers? What? Am I reading that right? Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I got this right.
Did you see her face? They got no, is it retort? They have no retorts to that at all. Wait a minute. They're 4% of the population, but they make up 18% of the population that's jailed? Is that right? And they're like, up. Yeah, it's not good.
You said you're going to get these per capita numbers, and I want them. Like, what are they? What are the per capita numbers? Because what I'm seeing is not looking very good. Okay? It's not looking very good for your side. So what are they? What is the actual per capita numbers for these child sex crimes?
I find it extraordinary.
Why do you call someone racist when they point this out?
I've literally just told you the arrest rates for ethnicity, and they speak for themselves.
Well, no, it did.
Well,
when
they do.
did you use the word Muslim?
They literally
When did
speak
you
for
use the word
themselves.
Muslim?
I'm
When
not
did you use the word
pretending.
Muslim?
I'm not pretending Muslims don't commit crimes. So does every other ethnicity and religion.
It's not like this splitting hairs. I do think if we're talking about child rape,
Splitting hairs. We're splitting young girls in half. That's what we're splitting.
Why would you say that? If you've been around people who have been a victim of child,
Oh my gosh, why would you say that? Because that's literally what's happening. And you people are too afraid to face it. Because, words hurt.
sexual abuse, hearing something like that is horrendous. I can tell you, any victim.
No, you know what's horrendous?
If they heard
Getting
you
raped
speak
by an
like
old
that,
Pakistani
you would
man.
honestly, you would
That's
put them
horrendous.
into a real panic. It's awful what you're saying.
You know what? You just can't handle the truth.
I can handle the truth. I actually
No,
live
you
in the
can't.
UK, and I have for years been talking about the grooming gangs. I've been talking about Labour and what they did not do in certain councils. I've also spoken about people like Andy Burnham, who's the mayor of Manchester. When he was an MP, he was one of the first people to put in a proper inquiry and actually led to a...
Air Jeff, she's too soft. 100%. Too many feelings. Too many feelings. Whatever I don't even know who this is, but whatever she does, she should not be doing it. Coach OG to you 335. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Pierce, it's really hard to read these. Pierce purposefully misrepresents Tommy and Muslims. The question is why? Project Constitution is a piece of shit. Love you, buddy. It's you got see when some of you send in super chats, they're like mic drop moments. Like, I agree. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Completely agree.
Arrests of the people who perpetrated these heinous acts.
Okay, so you're a Tommy Robinson supporter.
I think that it's perfectly legitimate to raise issue and raise light on these horrendous crimes.
Great.
But I don't
We're on the same
agree.
page.
I do not agree with all of the nonsense we were talking about before about the Unite the Rally and talking about, him actually acting contempt, carrying out contempt of court. But child sexual abuse, I just don't like the politicization
Contempt
that
of
we're
Court
doing
was
right now.
releasing
Using
a
the language
documentary
that you
about
are
this.
Going to pull this super chat back up because it's not just Pierce. There are so many people that misrepresent Tommy and Muslims. It's not just Pierce, but it's the same talking points, right? From all of the people that do it. They say the same, it's like the exact same thing. There's not much of a difference of opinion when it comes to the opposition of Tommy. It's Tommy's a racist, right? And I don't necessarily agree with everything Tommy does, but I totally understand what he's doing. You know what I mean? I get it.
By the way.
It really is horrendous.
Is there
If you are a
particular-
victim, you'll be knocked sideways by that.
Ava, is there a particular
This is all
ethnic group
class.
that you accept?
Uh-oh, is Ben going to bed? My tarded self has to go to bed. Peace out, my fellow raging brawn tards and the eclectic genius. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Go to sleep. Get some sleep. I'm going to land the plane shortly here anyway. Go get some sleep.
Is majority responsible for the raping of underage women?
Well, Ben, let me sit back a little bit
Girls.
and answer that question, because I think that the lunacy of it to me is that any child sexual exploitation or abuse
Absolutely.
is heinous.
Absolutely.
And that's the starting block
We
of
all
where
agree
I
with
start.
that. But is there an ethnic
Can
connection
I
to it?
finish?
Yeah.
The one thing I would stress is the grooming gangs that did coagulate around Rochdale, around Manchester. I have investigated this and I've reported on this. There was not proper reporting of the perpetrators because there were, quote unquote, fears in the council that it would be perceived as racism.
That's
an issue at
institutional.
heart.
That
That's
is
an issue
actually-
at heart that we should tackle as a country. And I'm really glad, actually, for some of the very loud influencers online who have brought this to the forefront.
So, I mean, did she just kind of say like the quiet part out loud? So is that what just happened there? Waffles Bacon 5. That will be our country eventually if we are scared to go speak to our youth. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. I know some, and then it's not, you know what I mean? I don't know a whole ton of Gen Zers but I know a few, and I feel like I haven't like lost hope for the generations coming up. I have not lost hope. I feel like most of them have a pretty good idea of what's going on. So we'll see.
Does not negate the white people in this country who carry out child sexual abuse every single day.
So what's the argument then? What's the argument then? It's because you don't want to say the bad thing out loud. You want to be soft about how you paint the picture, like that's the disagreement. Get out then. Let somebody else who has balls in. Tired of these people. It's all the same. It's like, oh, we got to be careful how we blah, blah, blah. No, we don't. No. Why? Why do we have to be careful? Identify the thing, say what the thing is, figure out how to eliminate the thing. Why do we have to be soft? Why do we have to be concerned about people's feelings? Who cares? Solve the problem.
You know, over 50% happens in people's own homes.
Absolutely. Ava, I get all of that, but you touched on a really important point. You said institutions turn the blind eye because of fear.
They did turn a blind eye.
That is institutionalized racism in this country against white people in favor of ethnic minorities.
No, because there's also
that is where
white
this
people
country has
carrying
gone
this
so
out
wrong.
every single day. But for some reason, Ben, you can't stomach it to
No, the
admit
police-
that actually there are a lot of white men carrying this out every single
Absolutely.
day.
I agree with that.
Here we go.
But there is no institution.
Back to the white man bad. What that has nothing to do with the topic that they're discussing whatsoever. But got to bring up the white. No, listen, the white men do it too. Okay, cool. Cool story, bro.
Protection of white criminals. There is institutional protection.
There are white men getting off every single day for doing this.
The police turned a blind eye.
And that's what we should be fighting about
The police
together.
turned a blind eye. You just said it yourself. Police turned a blind eye. Social services turned a blind eye. NHS turned a blind eye. And actually, I think it was either Gavin or Andrew said it earlier, we have a two-tier criminal justice system. We have a sentencing council that is... We have a sentencing council.
You just want to hyper-focus
we have,
on the racism
can I
aspect
just
of
say,
it. You don't
we have
care
a
about
sentencing...
children.
We
You
have
don't
a
care about the rape of young children. You don't care. You care about politicising race.
No, I
If
don't.
you actually care about child sexual
absolute
abuse,
nonsense.
you would talk about it as a homogenous issue and not simply about one race is doing this, one race is doing that.
Muslims aren't a race.
So how do I get in trouble for using the word bitch, and she can say he doesn't care about child rape? Isn't that worse?
No, that's what you just
Because you literally accused all of us of endorsing it. That's why.
Because you hid the fact. You hid this. He's not hiding it. By hiding it, you're endorsing it. By hiding it, you're allowing it to happen more.
You become complicit.
And now you're focused on white rapists because you don't understand per capita.
I'm not focused on white rapists.
Britain
I'm
is
talking
all
about
class.
the issue,
The working
homogenous
class has
issue
had
of child
enough of
sexual
people
abuse
like
that you don't feel
The
comfortable
working class had enough of your accent and the way you ignore things because they're not fashionable. Sorry. I'm sorry that recognizing grooming gangs is not fashionable.
What?
What are you talking about, man?
I've just gone
I'm
on
talking about you guys
gangs.
denying that we have a modern Islamic problem with child rape. That's what these rallies are about. You guys want to diffuse it and say, well, white males do it too, and let's ignore per capita.
That's not what I said.
You're playing it down.
That's not what I said
What?
at all. That's just not what I said.
You focusing on white males, you're trying to dilute the equation.
My point, which started all this, is that if you read Tommy Robinson's X feed, for example, you will never see anything about white males committing.
I can see why Andrew hasn't really said much. I get it. When somebody like Gavin is cooking like that, you just let him cook. You just let him cook. If you can find a spot to sort of maybe just, hop in and, chuck a little KO here and there, absolutely. But when somebody's doing that, you just let him cook. So it makes sense why Andrew's been quiet.
Crimes. Why?
Because he's focused
that's
on
not the thing he's trying to draw attention to.
Exactly, because he's focused on Muslims.
And you're not.
24/7. Oh, I'm focused on everyone and all crimes.
Okay, can you play back your
What I'm
segments on the
not is
grooming gangs of
devoting.
Rotherham?
I'm not
Can you
telling
show me
millions
your
of
piece
people
on
every day
on the
that the
grooming
only
gangs
problem in this
Manchester?
country is the Muslims taking over, because it's bullshit. Anyway, we've got to leave it there. Will you be watching the rally, Gavin, on the weekend? Will you be
I'll
tuning
be there
in?
with bells on, just like I was at the last one with the other 3 million people.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay. Why don't we count them when you're there? Because you'll find that
you can just look at the shots.
You'll
Look at the
find you're
pictures from the helicopter he got, because he knew you would lie.
2,850,000 short. No. These are the police figures from the march. 150,000
reliable.
maximum. But don't tell me.
Let's rely on the deep
they
state.
lied.
Let's
the
rely on
police
the elites,
lied.
the
Of course they would. Why would the police lie about a crowd number?
Because the state hates Tommy Robinson. They're throwing him in jail 10 times for nothing.
Well, hang on.
They threw him in jail for a series of crimes.
Pierce, there's no way Pierce is this ignorant with this, right? This is just an act. This has to be. Oh, I'm sure. Why would the police lie about rally numbers? Probably because they were told to, would be my guess. Because the government over there absolutely hates Tommy Robinson. Are we serious right now?
Never did get those numbers.
Go look up the
I'm just
crimes.
pointing that out. We never did get those numbers. Speaking of numbers, we did ask for them many times, but I never actually got the numbers to demonstrate whether or not there's disproportionate criminality from Muslims in the UK, especially when it comes to sex crimes.
I will tell you
Just
this.
saying.
I will get those numbers, and we will talk about this again. We will get all the pro rata numbers for all types of crime in this country. But
I look forward to you guys catching up to us. I look forward to you and your posh accents catching up to the rest of the world.
Mate, no disrespect, but you live in America where I think, how many is it?
Yes.
40?
No,
40?
White people are doing it too, It's a general problem. It's all over the place. I don't like you vilifying my servants. It stresses them out.
I actually think your accent is a crime. And on that note, I'm gonna round off this debate. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Have a good one, Piers.
It's really hard to not like Gavin McInnes. He just says it. He just says it. Doesn't care. Just says it. Says the thing that everybody's so afraid to hear. The woke right of the UK. Oh, it is really hard to not like Gavin. Even if Gavin says something I disagree with, it's like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because it doesn't matter. It won't be but a few moments and he will say something absolutely based. Neptune, words are crimes and so are accents. Yeah. Yeah, everything to these people is a crime except for the actual crimes. Oh my goodness, you said the racist. You said a racist word. Oh my God. Are you kidding? We're talking about young girls being raped by these psychopaths. But you said a bad word. Oh no. Not indexed. Baron Coleman was Gavin McInnes's lawyer in the SPLC lawsuit. He sure was. He sure was. I don't know when you got in here, but made a comment a little earlier on that it's too bad that Gavin didn't have a better lawyer when he was suing them for defamation. It's too bad because he probably should have won that. Nikki for Freedom. Pierce has no room to talk. He's in the UK. For the love. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then he tries to like pass himself off as like, I'm this common man. I'm down with the peasants all the time. There's no problem. Like, no, you're not, dude. Like, who's believing that? What is he worth? What's his inaccurate internet net worth reported as? Estimated somewhere between 20 and 30 million. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure he's just hanging out with all of the commoners on a regular basis. Not indexed. Hey, Bronson, good to see you. Good to see you as well. Pierce is like an American Democrat 5 years ago. Pierce has always been relatively liberal. Like I don't know if you guys remember the Alex Jones interview he had about, school shootings and whatnot. It was the same thing with Jesse Ventura. Pierce has always been, he's definitely like at the very least center left. But he likes Trump. So he's not too far gone. He's close. Air Jeff, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in, man. And it's all good. Like I said, I'm landing the plane here anyway. Have a great weekend. What's Artie's topic tomorrow? Is Artie I haven't been in an Artie stream for a minute. I should probably hop in and say what's up. Is he just doing the candy thing? Cloudy PDX, gotta run. Thanks, Bronson. Yes, have a great night. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Yikes, 4 hours. I fell asleep. Wow, thanks. Thanks. Try to keep my audience riveted. I guess I'm failing miserably. I'm just kidding. CJB34. I did see you right away at the beginning, and then all of a sudden, nothing. Ex-Samurai. I've only seen clips of the Fuentes-Crowder debate. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I might actually just watch that tonight while I'm in bed. but I'm not sure. Like here's where I'm at with Nick Fuentes. There are some takes that he has that I absolutely like. It's really hard to listen to him for an extended period of time. For just me personally, it's really difficult. Like the voice, his mannerisms. But I can take it in clips. Nikki says he did Crowder and Candace tonight. Okay. So he covered the Crowder Fuentes thing. Oh, that must be what you were referring to. Ex-Samurai. Sorry about that. So you're saying he covered the Fuentes and Crowder debate. Okay. Ex-Samurai 25. Fuentes got demolished. That doesn't surprise me at all because his takes are incredibly stupid lately. We got to vote Democrat to really blah, blah, blah. Like, no. What? And I think there's a lot of young people who are, I don't know if they're necessarily groypers, but they're Fuentes fans. And even they're like, what? No. So that's promising. Neptune, I can't stand the premise of whatever thing he's trying to do voting Dem. He's just young and naive. Like what do we, it's just a stupid premise. It's an all around terrible strategy. That makes no sense. It makes no sense. The House and Senate flip all of the time. And if it were the case that when that happens, that the party who lost learns their lesson and changes for the better, we wouldn't be where we're at today. So it's a failed strategy if that's been a strategy before. So even if it wasn't a strategy, which is even worse, it's just not a strategy. It's just what happens. We have history to know that that's an awful strategy to try to implement to infect change. It's not going to work. And I've heard this before. I forget who it was, but they made the point. But when you try to do that, all you end up doing is giving power back to the left. And then you get so frustrated with the left that you just go right back to the right. And now the right has to try to clean up even more of the mess the left did. And it's just this constant back and forth to where, for whatever reason, it only seems that the progressive left makes any progress. Doesn't seem that the right makes very much progress. So is the right just full of a bunch of pussies who don't want to get anything done? They're just cool with the status quo all of the time? It's kind of annoying. Coach OG to you 335 sending in another $5 super chat. Love the show. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. All super chats, anybody who sent one in, they are absolutely appreciated. And anybody else here just hanging out, that's absolutely appreciated as well. I don't ever want anybody to feel like they are obligated to super chat. It is not what we're doing here. We're hanging out and having fun. But if you do super chat, I'm definitely going to read it. For sure. And I'm going to thank you. And you're awesome. The Eclectic Journalist. I can report that far-right live chats and comments aren't having the vote Dem thing. Okay. I don't know if I read that right, but I get the point. Yes, far-right people, they're not really into the Dem, him pushing the Dem, which makes, thank goodness, that they're not completely retarded. Sierra J. Martinez, dark horse or dark donkey? That's another thing too. Who's the dark horse, right? Who is it? Oh, I can't tell you. Okay, why? Like if they were going to be so popular and this was absolutely like everybody's going to love them, we'll just say it then. Because it shouldn't matter when you say it, right? If everybody's going to be all for it. That's sus. Mama Albert, my oldest is 25 and he liked Fuentes but knows better than this new take. He won't vote Democrat. So the biggest attraction to the younger generation when it comes to Nick Fuentes is he's just saying things. He's saying the things, right? He's saying all the things that are taboo. He's saying all the things that we've spent the last however long being told we can't say or that we shouldn't say. That's the attraction to Nick Fuentes. It's very obvious and easy to see. But it's promising that they're not all in on just, I'm going to do whatever Nick says to do because he's somebody who says all the things. So that's good to know. And I hope that that's the case for most of them. Eclectic journalist, LOL. I'm like a far-right reporter. I'm in all those spaces. We'll stay in those spaces. Unless, of course, it really starts messing with your mental health. Then take a break. Sierra J. Martinez. I think voting is asking too much from Nick, no matter who it is. Yep. Urban Angst, Edgelord. Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Right on. It's funny. It's funny. It's the same argument with the comedy that we're talking about, right? The edgy stuff is always entertaining, or it always gets the attention. I rule 2530. Yep, he's a provocateur, shock jock, chaos agent, 100%. 100%. You know, he's the next Milo, whatever. Just maybe not as gay. Eclectic journalist. No, I'm fine. I just like to know what's going on everywhere. Totally get it. Totally get it. I pop in on leftist streams from time to time just to see, get an idea of kind of how they're feeling as far as the midterms are going. And they are incredibly happy with Candace Owens. I know, shocker. Celebrity Scares GX5HL. I like Shapiro. I don't understand the hate he gets. I understand. I get why. It's the Jew thing. It's 100% the Jew thing. And he's also flip-flopped back and forth on Trump quite a few times, which doesn't help. Now, if he flip-flopped back and forth on Trump and he wasn't Jewish, he would probably be more popular than he is. But he's just it's just the reality that we live in today. Is the Jew thing is just, it's not super popular right now, especially among younger people. Neptune, it's taken me months to fix my husband. I'm just kidding, but he was deeply groiper-brained. There could be worse things. There could be worse things. Anybody who's groiper-brained is at least majority-based. They're majority-based. I'm trying to be kind. But like I said, Nick does have good points. You know what I mean? He's not completely void of solid arguments. He has good arguments. And he's really good at what he does. Let's be honest. But he's naive. Yeah, the ex-samurai. Did you hear that Bilzerian found out he was part Jew? Well, Dan knew he was part Jew because I think it was I don't remember if it was something to do with Mel Gibson, but he made the claim or something that he's like 12% Jewish or something. And then everybody found that and they were like, this is hilarious. That was hilarious. What the F is groiper-brained? Means you are super big into all of Nick Fuentes' rhetoric. Nikki for Freedom. Candy brain is worse. I agree. Like, you know that's bad, even when the groipers are like, bitch, you're retarded. So yeah, absolutely agree there, Nikki. 100%. Candy brain is far worse. Ex-samurai. Yeah, I heard that was like, damn. Yeah, everybody had that same response. Everybody. It's like, are you serious? Are you kidding right now? Is he an op? Where did he get all his money? What's really going on with that dude? I know he claims like he won it in poker, but there were people, I've seen some deep dives on that, and they're like, there's no chance that he did that in poker. Sierra J. Martinez. I've tried to go into their chats, felt brain cells dying, so I had to leave. Yeah, it's rough waters out there in some of those places. Urban angst. Ben, that's another thing too, is his personality sometimes definitely plays against him. Ben Shapiro's a smarty pants. It's just who he is, though. You know what I mean? It's just the way he is. But his personality is probably more often than not an asset to him. Is CJ back in? Did CJ leave? Oh, he's back in. Whoa, you're still streaming. Yeah, it's Thursday night. We're just chilling, right? I found another video that I wanted to watch. Still going. How long's it been? I guess I haven't even been really keeping track. That's 4 hours and 13 minutes. Piece of cake. Eclectic journalist. Also, I've spoken with some online groypers. They've been very kind and polite, so they aren't all bad. No, it just depends. Like if you disagree with something they agree strongly on, then the spurg comes out. But yeah, they're just like they're not like anybody else, but there are worse out there than the groypers for sure. For sure. There's a pretty big like groyper war going on with Ian Carroll right now, which is awesome. That's fun to watch. He seems to be a little distracted by them at the moment. Not indexed. Dan is an idiot that managed to lose $50 million in the cannabis industry. How? I had no clue about how. How do you lose money in the cannabis industry? And how do you lose 50 million? Neptune, they aren't bad, but Groyper brain makes you lose critical thought. Yep, I agree. But when it's just like with anything else, though. When you get so entrenched into like a specific ideology, like you end up, you know what I mean? You really got to try hard to keep yourself from falling into a group too hard. Because critical thought ends up going out the window, right? Like you build too much of a foundation, and anything that might, how do I want to put it? Anything that might threaten a little bit of ideas within that foundation can really cause problems for you if you buy into something too far. Does that make sense? I'm getting tired. There's definitely a better way to word that, but critical thought is far more important than falling into a group or becoming part of a group. Waffles Bacon. I honestly think all these people want to low-key start their own cults. That's their own stance. They change personalities every season. Yeah, a lot of, there's so much incentive. Like you have to remember the financial incentive for most of this stuff, which is, it's building their own cult, but they're also building their financial infrastructure too. And then, I don't know if we see a Nick Fuentes ever run for a political office, but if he's going to, you have to look at it. He's sort of building his financial structure to do that. The more popular he gets, the more rich he gets, the more power he can wield. And it concerns me a little bit when people like that start to get power. Coach says, have you seen Nick Mateau? Has a pretty good take on the war. I've watched a little bit of Nick. I haven't dove all the way in yet to Nick Mateau, but I'm sure I'm going to get there. He seems really, really smart. The debate that he had with Sneeko was hilarious. That's tough though, because Sneeko like was not going to do well in any debate with anybody, right? But he got completely destroyed by Nick. Coach, Nick will never have enough support. Some of his ideas are shit. That's fair. I mean, he's a, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. But you never know. There's a lot of people that like Nick. I guess I don't know enough about him to know what his bad takes are. Right? So I don't want to, like, how bad are his takes? When you say some of his ideas are shit, like how shit are we talking? I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally miss any super chats at all. Wild West 65, great stream. Have a good night. Hey, have a good night. Thank you for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. Mama Albert says, I like Nick. Followed him for a long time. Yeah, I got to watch more Nick. He's pro-Israel. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to the youth, that's probably not super popular. But how pro-Israel is he? You know what I mean? Like, if you're somebody who's, let's just say, for example, that you're a Zionist, okay? But you don't agree that we should be giving Israel money. Like, we shouldn't be funding Israel in any way. Is that a decent compromise for the younger generation? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say. Urban Angst. Nick's takes are about as shite as they come. All of them? No, we're talking about Nick Mateau. S-Files. Sneeko is not bright. No, I have no idea how he became so popular. I don't understand. It's just edgelord stuff, probably. Sierra J. Martinez. Y'all watch the bodybuilder that sounds like Iago? Greg Doucette or whatever? All those guys like Dan are on Grindr wearing their rented girlfriend's fit. Nope, I can't say that I have. Who is pro-Israel? Nick Mateau. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that last name right. I gotta be close. Okay, so we've got some people still talking about Fuentes, and we've got other people talking about Mateau. I understand where the confusion is happening here. Megan, I don't care if we fund Israel or have memorandums with them, but from Israel's point of view, they shouldn't count on something. Oh, they shouldn't count on something from people. It's a hindrance. If we stopped funding Israel, I think that would help. I think it would help. I really do. Just as far as when it comes to like Republicans and stuff, like, you know what I mean? We could, Like one step at a time, cut the funding, stop funding them. Try to do some type of meet in the middle. We should care. I agree. I absolutely agree. We should care about our own country. And Israel, they don't need the funding. They really don't. I don't know why we're still funding them. Well, okay. Military industrial complex, right? Like, let's be real. That's mostly why there's funding for Israel and has been for so long. Ex-Samurai 25. Yeah, but Bronson, they would still find something to blame on Israel. Sure, but one less thing is not a bad thing, right? Wasn't Netanyahu talking about this in an interview the other day where he was like, they're kind of on that same page too. Like they don't want any more. They're getting to a point to where they don't. And that could just be talk. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he's kind of on that talking point too. Like they want to get away with or from the United States sending them any more money. Hustle Bones, USS Israel, our most advanced nuclear aircraft carrier. It's so like there's so much special interest and money involved in the Middle East. Like it's so important to a certain donor class. You know what I mean? Like it's more than just nukes and politics. And yes, it's, military industrial complex for sure. Ex-Samurai 25. True, but I think these guys have so much focus on Israel, they can't think of anything else, although I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, it really is brain rot to just be so hyper-focused on one region. Like, oh, they control everything. They control everything. Well, if they control everything, what do you think you're going to be able to do with your bitching and moaning online? What do you think you're going to be able to do? If they control it, how do you take control away? What are you going to do? So I don't understand the argument. Like if you're that black-pilled on Israel that they control everything, how could you possibly counter that? What are you going to do? Whine and grift off of it to make money and enrich yourself? I mean, I guess. Go for it. Go for it. I don't have a desire to be rich that bad. A lot of jobs will be lost if they take their $25 billion and buy elsewhere. I think they want to be at a point where they're just completely fully self-supporting and they're not having to buy military equipment or anything from anybody else. Now, whether or not we supply them with technology or they purchase technology from us for that, I don't know. Israel, yeah, it's such a stupid argument. It makes no sense. Like, if you really believe that, well, what's the point? Why are you even trying? They control it all. You can't. Okay, well, I guess we're all cooked then, right? Urban angst. It's a little over 9 million people, millions of who aren't even Jewish, right? Mama Albert, night. Hubby's home. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Ex-Samurai 25. Imagine a country the size of Jersey controlling the world. Well, it's not even necessarily just the country, right? They have people who are dual citizens who, right, that's the argument, where they're absolutely Israel first. They're infiltrating the United States government and everything is just them. But again, if that's the case, how do you stop it? How did they get control to begin with? You don't think they'll just do that again? Well, some would say it's not that they own everything. It's that the people behind them own everything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we getting into some theology here? They absolutely did reject the Messiah. 100%. Neptune BB. And thankfully, Jesus will still forgive them. Maybe. Maybe. I think that's kind of up to Jesus. Urban Angst, tens of millions of dual citizens from all over the world. Oh, but Israel. Yeah, and you have to think too, there's a whole lot of, what's that other religion? They definitely have an interest in making sure that a ton of people also hate Israel. And you can do a lot with social media. You sure can. You can do a lot. You can make things seem really popular on social media. It just takes money. Which is another thing. If Israel controlled everything, you would think that we wouldn't really... The most popular people, seemingly some of the most popular people on social media wouldn't be anti-Israel, right? If they controlled everything. Kind of makes sense. It's also important to not do a complete 180 and deny any influence. Correct. Of course, but it's so stupid. Like, of course they do. We are arguably the most powerful nation on the planet. You don't think that people from other countries are trying to come in and influence? Like, of course. Yep, that other religion. Some of the most richest people on the planet are of that religion. You don't think that they're putting in some money to try to change the opinions, especially of Americans? Come on, guys. Come on, people. Like, it's so stupid. How they're like, I don't understand how you can fall into this trap about it's all Israel and not understand that you very well could be being manipulated, or are most likely being manipulated, at least to some extent, by the means of certain people of a certain religion with a whole ton of money and nothing to do with it. And what's more important to a lot of these people than attacking certain religions? You know what I mean? That is, they couldn't spend their money any better than that with the way that they think. Hustle Bones, bro, I just found your channel. How did YouTube know I needed this? I don't know. That's a good. I'm actually surprised. Like, the YouTube algorithm worked in somebody's favor. I always get recommended a bunch of not good stuff. It's illogical. You're denying reality. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. No, I can totally. Why can't he say Islam? Is that a YouTube thing? No, I can totally say it. I just like referring to it as that. I think that's funner, more fun, funnest. That religion. I rule 2530 for sure. Just look at, yeah, I mean, yeah, Megyn Kelly said it out loud. For sure, just look at Candace Tucker's Megan's about face, and they never criticized that certain religion. Well, of course not. That's a majority of their audience now. Yeah, that blew my mind when Megyn Kelly just came out and was like, "Oh, so it turns out he's getting a whole lot of views from this." Yeah, Mom, I'm not going to criticize them now. Like, could you be more obvious, you pathetic grifter? Just a joke. Good. Like, at the same, like, I don't like it, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? Congratulations. You found a sucker. Use them up, destroy them. Go for it. Screw them. If they're going to be that stupid and that easily bought off, take them. Tired of these people. Megan says she wants those listeners. Yeah. Yeah. She can have them. Good for her. Good for her. They're the ones who will go to, like, I don't even know, right? They'll go to the alleged safest Muslim countries and be like, oh, it's so wonderful and peaceful here. Yeah, okay. Okay. How come you're not going to the other ones? Hustle Bones, how long until she wears a hijab? Yeah. To convert? You think she would convert? I don't know about all that. Wouldn't surprise me, though. It wouldn't surprise me, man. These people, it seems like they will do just about anything for money. It's disgusting. And you know what? People of that religion know that. They understand that. They understand that for a lot of these people, God is their money. As much as I completely disagree with that faith and they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Uh-oh, did I steal something from Charlie? Charlie Kirk said that quote. Charlie was right about Islam. There's a lot of people who understand, who totally get what's happening. And there's a lot of people who are just ignorant to it, or, like I said, have just decided that money is their God and far more important than anything else on the planet, which is gross. All that stuff, that lifestyle, really? Gonna sell your soul for that? It's all fleeting. It's all fading. Everything rots. Gonna sell yourself and sell your soul for that? Gross. Urban Angst. Frankly, it's looking more and more like Candace and George had something to do with it. Are we talking about Charlie? Oh, the Candace and, like, poor George. Old mean lady. Remember that journalist who got her clothes ripped off in a mob during the Arab Spring in Egypt? What was her name? I do not. Cannot have two masters. For sure. Urban Angst. Those of us who spent any significant amount of time in the Middle East understand the existential fight happening in front of our eyes wide shut. Yeah, that's just it. Like, how many service members who have been over there, like, hey, Megan, why don't you talk to them? Why don't you ask them? Are you kidding me? Do you understand the people that you're like, oh, look at this wonderful audience that we've now captured? this is so great. My views have been down and money's really been tight, but now everything's looking positive again. You stupid. And doesn't that tell him something? Like, Americans don't even want to watch you. They're not interested in what you have to say anymore. I feel like that would be like right? Like, oh crap, maybe I am wrong. Waffles Bacon 5. I'd rather kiss a stupid wall than let the Muslim Brotherhood take over the Times Square. People online are so psyoped. I would prefer to not do both. And I think we can do that without having both of those things. But I agree. I understand the point you're making. But that's just it. Like, they don't understand. Like, Jews bad does not equal Islam good. This whole, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's dumb. That is not going to work out how you think it's going to work out. Because Islam is the enemy of my enemy is also my enemy. CJB 34. Well, remember Megan said our soldiers did not die for America. Well, they were sure killed for it, so. I think that kind of means they died for it too, no? CJ, bro, love that you did a marathon stream. Wish I could have been here the entire time. I got to hit it, though. I'll hit you up over the weekend. Sounds good. Hit me up. And thanks for stopping back in. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I really don't have anything else to do. Kids are asleep in bed. The wife is gone. So I'm chilling. I mean, I think I just came up with that. I've never heard that point made where they're like, they didn't die for America. They died for Israel. Well, they were killed for America. So you want to use a stupid talking point like that? I would just flip it on them like that. Well, they might not have died for it, but they were killed for it, dumbass. Died for her right to sit behind a microphone and spew utter BS. Respect them. I mean, they would argue that they are, right? They're fighting for them. They don't want them to go and die in foreign war. And I don't either. Like, none of us should want anybody to go and die in foreign wars. But they sign up for it. You know what I mean? They sign up. It's volunteer. They understand, and I'm speaking from experience, okay? My oldest is in the military. He is Army infantry. He understood what he was signing up for. And it's like the military is more than just, I want to become a part of a war machine and do the thing or whatever. You know what I mean? There's a bond. There's a bro thing. I can't speak on the female part of it. And I'm not speaking I just understand it. It's patriotic. These are young dudes who are just full of testosterone. You know what I mean? Like, it's more than just, I'm signing up for the military to go to war. There's so much more involved with it. They learn honor, respect, discipline. Like, it's just so much more than just, you're going to fight for Israel. Like, shut the fuck up. What have you ever been a part of to that extent? And you're going to talk shit? Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm swearing. I'm losing it. Getting tired. And it's like, I'm sorry, but anybody willing to put themselves in that position to where they might have to make the ultimate sacrifice, like maybe just shut up. Also, Bones, bro, I just turned 40 and I'm about to enlist. But listen, at 40, there's other things you can do where you can get pretty close. You know what I mean? Like ride a motorcycle and join a motorcycle club. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's close. Or a church, a really, really good church. I don't think that we should disgrace our military by sending them into wars that are not justified. That I would 100% agree with. Like, I'm right there. We should not take them for granted. But you have to remember too, like, there's dudes that sign up that don't care. As messed up as this might sound, there are dudes that enlist for the sole purpose to, I want to go to war and I want to kill some bad guys. There are definitely dudes that don't care if it's justified or not. Send me to war. Coach, how hard is it to understand why we are over in Iran? Iran could have shut that straight down anytime they wanted to in the last 30 years, and Trump doesn't want them to have that capability. That's a solid point. No, they've basically been extorting us for the most part, right? Really? Isn't that basically what it's been? Pay us money or we're going to shut this shit down. That might be a really simplified take on that, but because didn't they shut it down? Was it during Obama's administration? Didn't they like shut it down and then we made I don't even know how much payments or something? I'm trying to remember. What is this? Urban angst. And not every military trade and position goes into war theater. Many administrative and supportive trades. Yeah, of course. But most, like, okay, well, it's not most, but there's a lot of dudes that join the military that, you know what I'm saying? But there's also a lot that join the military for college and, you know, all of the other stuff as well. To where, yes, they would end up probably in some type of administrative or whatever type of position. But I don't know. My only experience is the infantry dudes. All right. So that's just 100% testosterone. Oh, I'm trying to think. They have a word. There's like a slang term that they have for people who aren't in infantry, and I can't remember. My kid was telling me. Oh, no. I'm going to draw a blank. I'm not going to be able to remember it. I mean, yes, I agree, Sierra, 100%. That those are the people that we want in the military for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Hustle Bones. Coming in clutch. So Pog or Pogue is people other than grunts. Yes. Thank you. Nailed it. All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it. I've got to use the little boys' room. I don't think I want to call it that anymore. That's kind of creepy. I need to use the bathroom. I'm just going to say bathroom. Why did we say, where did that come from? That stupid, weird saying of I need to use the little boys' room. That's creepy. That is absolutely creepy. What's up? What did I miss? Staya, everything. You missed it all. You missed a lot of, we watched a couple of Piers Morgan fun interviews and then a whole lot of bad takes from me. So you missed a lot. You're going to have to rewatch. Because this is over. I'm going to bed. After I go to the bathroom. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. Probably won't have a video dropping tomorrow, but for sure there will be one Saturday, and I'm going to try to sneak a live in as well. So I will definitely see you guys Saturday. Have a fantastic evening, and I hope you have a great weekend.